Steve Miller and Scott were you? Be down at the service center. Okay. All right. Yeah, they were meeting in the parking lot to go to the Stars game.
Hello.
All right, fine. So we're going to begin our workshop meeting at 5:00 p.m. First items in our work session, and by the way, welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here. Where Mr. Kuntz is he on his way? Do we know?
He said he was on his way. I talked to him earlier.
Okay, well, we've got a quorum, so we'll get going. First item is discuss the agenda items.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Walking through the consent agenda, the first item, item 7A, is just consider the minutes for the November 4th, 2025 regular city council meeting. If there are any questions, Chiquita's Taylor's available for answering those.
Any questions?
Items 7B is a resolution approving an amendment to the municipal materials management agreement with Republic Waste Services of Texas for one year expiring September 30th, 2027. This is the item we briefed you all the last council meeting. It's just now in front of you for consideration. We're available for any questions on that as well needed.
Thank you.
Item 7C is just considering a resolution authorizing amendment to add additional desktop inventory services and de-scope the non-inventory Texas Water Development Board funds from our service line material inventory replacement agreement with MRB Group. Our total originally is 3.3, and it's reducing it down to a not to exceed of 2.2. Matt Bryant is available if there's any questions on item 7C.
We'll just briefly explain I read through it, but can you explain for us the reason for the reduction?
Yes, and Matt Bryant.
Yeah, so Texas Water Development Board came back and said they were not gonna fund any portion of the construction. So there's two phases of this. One is the inventory, one is the construction. So Texas Water Development Board said they will not fund any of the construction. We took the funding we had set aside allocated for construction. They allowed us to migrate that into the inventory piece. So, which we needed to, come to find out. So we're going to be able to fund all of the inventory aspect and get that completed. We don't anticipate finding any lead contamination or any lead service lines within the city. We've never allowed any lead substances within the city in our infrastructure. So that's, the construction side's less of a concern for us. We want to get the inventory done, which they're going to fund.
Okay, and it seemed like at some point there was a discrepancy between what the LG Engineering found. They identified only 620 service line materials out of a total of 13,000.
Yeah, so that was where we identified the need for a change order up front. That's kind of why we're taking care of that now. Originally, when we awarded this to MRB Group, they were only going to pothole approximately 1,000 meters, I think, and we identified the need to pothole around 9,000 meters. So we're taking care of that change order as part of this resolution as well.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, item 7D is to consider an ordinance amending the FY 2025-26 budget by appropriating resources received for projects, grants, and donations in FY 2025 and amending expenditures. This is a standard item that we do annually, and Jennifer Odie and Richard Jackson are available if there are any questions on this item. Okay. Item 7E is consider resolution authorizing the disbursement of Duncanville Community Economic Development Corporation funds in the amount of $58,500 to Star Transit for FY 25-26 public transportation services. And Victor Barrera, Mark Rauscher, and Marcella Hernandez is available too, if there's any questions.
We'd had a previous presentation on this, haven't we?
I believe it was
earlier this calendar year.
Yes.
At the beginning of the year. Yes, sir.
Correct.
So nothing's changed from that point?
No. I can provide some data I pulled based on the ridership reports that they've sent. So from September of 2024 to September 2025, there was a 53% increase in services. From October 2024 to October 2025, there was a 71% increase in services. And I have reached out to Ms. Britton and Mr. Hendricks to just let them know that at any time the council would like another presentation, that we would make them aware.
Yeah, at some point, I'd like to get a briefing, not necessarily tonight, on the numbers. I know that at that time that presentation was done, we were aware that there was an unexpected rise in the number of people going for, what was the treatment that they were getting, a dialysis treatment, and that was taking up a good portion. I'd like to see if that's the same percentage of ridership or if it's increased, because at that point in time, I think everybody didn't expect that, including Star Transit, but it seemed to be impacting a little bit of the regular ridership and availability. So at some point in the future, I imagine you're gonna do a presentation that will bring us up to date on how all that's going.
Yes, sir. I'll let them know.
All right.
Yes, well, we'll get everybody, thank you, Marcelo. And then last on the agenda is, consent agenda is item 7F, which is a resolution approving the transition from our current vendor gotcha cover to Gulls LLC. If you recall, Chief Wilcox briefed us on this item at the last meeting. This is just the item, actually could do the resolution forward. And that concludes the consent agenda.
All right, thank you. We move on to our city calendar. City Secretary?
Thank you, Mayor. For the November calendar, on the 19th, we have the TIF board meeting. Is that correct? We have a TIF board meeting in the briefing room at 6 p.m. On November the 20th is Coffee with the Mayor, which is at 12 noon at the Senior Center. We have Councilmember Pennybaker's Town Hall at the library from 6 to 8 on the 20th. And we also have the Design Incentive Grant Program at 6 p.m. at City Hall here, and Marcelo Perez will be conducting that one. November 22nd is the Lions Club Breakfast. Next week, the city offices are closed for Thanksgiving on November 27th and 28th. For December, the December second meeting is canceled. However, there is Councilmember Gooding at Town Hall at the Senior Center from 6 to 8 p.m. on December 2nd. December 4th is a library board meeting. December 5th is the Holiday Lights in the Park celebration and parade from 5 to 9 at Armstrong Park. December 8th is Councilmember Coons Town Hall at the Senior Center from 6 to 8 p.m. December 9th is the community engagement meeting. December 12th is a council workshop at the Hilton Garden Inn from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. December 16th is our only council meeting in December. The 19th is our staff Christmas celebration, and more to come on the exact particulars of that event. And the 22nd is the DCDC meeting at 6 p.m. The Christmas holiday is December 24th and 25th, and city offices are closed. For January, we have the New Year's holiday on the 1st, and the city offices are closed. First council meeting is January 6th. The 13th is the community engagement. January 14th is the first day to file for a place on the ballot. The 19th is the MLK holiday. The city offices are closed. The 20th is the council meeting, and the 26th is a DCEDC meeting at 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McBurnett, are they serving protein with those pancakes?
They are serving protein in those pancakes.
All right,
There's rumor there might be bacon as well.
there you go. All right, thank you.
And I'll close with extra plug. Galena Coffee will be there doing a coffee bar
Oh,
as well. And Carter Blood Care will be there for those that kindly will donate blood. Charlton Methodist will be there for screening as well.
thank you for the additional information. Now we'll move on to item number 3, briefing presentations. Item A, briefing on police and court needs assessment.
Hey.
Chief Stogner?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Mayor, just to bring everybody up to speed, as you remember back in August, we did present the bond package for calling an election for a proposition to fund a police station project as well as service center. At that time, council asked us to do a facility needs assessment for the police station. So we've done an RFQ and selected a firm. Chief's here to update us on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, so following what Mr. Abernathy said, I want to certainly highlight, I don't know why it's not on here, but Angel Dill is certainly a major partner for me on this project. I certainly wouldn't be able to be as organized as she is to get this done. So I want to certainly highlight her. She'll be up here in a second. So our background, everyone in here has taken a tour of our police department. I don't need to highlight the operational needs, the technological needs. As we move into the 21st century, I think you guys know as well, I'm very data driven. The data supports responding to a certain area, we're going to respond to that certain area. A real-time information center is something that law enforcement is moving toward. We don't have a facility or a room that supports that effort. So we are certainly well behind the curve on that. The deficiencies, you guys have looked at our evidence room, ADA compliance. Again, I'm not trying to harp on this stuff, but just giving you guys an idea of why we're here. And as city manager said, in August is when we had a meeting in here where I kind of came forward and told you guys where we were. We are in, I'm sorry, go ahead, Angel, if you want to take this slide.
Oh, okay.
So we are currently, well, she'll get that. Thank you.
Welcome. Angel Dale, project manager. So we went through a competitive RFQ process, and we did have 2 shortlisted firms, and we went with Kimley Horn ADG. And so we're actually already in the process of all the discovery. We've done all of our interviews and the analysis of the space. We've met with them. We actually have PD and court, and we don't have anybody here from court. Well, Richard, but we don't have anybody here from court tonight. And so that was the first step that we needed to do to just evaluate the space, just identify what we currently have, and then what we also need.
Yeah, I'll tell you, as we go through this, I mentioned this in August, I'm just a patrol officer, and I truly am just a patrol officer. When it comes to these things, so Kimley Horn ADG is really opening my eyes and realizing, oh my gosh, we're missing this, this, and this. I understand the view and understand the need of these items. So, go ahead. I'll take this.
Thank you.
You bet.
So we started out with well, first of all, let me back up. So we brought to you all some funds that we want to allocate to do this process. We had a really good conversation with Kimley Horn and ADG because they originally came out the gate with a very, very high cost, but fortunately we were able to negotiate this number. So we're in phase 1 right now, or task 1, headed into 2. 2 and 3 will be done probably simultaneously. So that just gives you an outline of all the tasks for what we've currently agreed to. Because it's highlighted, I'll call out item 3B. So if should we have a situation where they don't believe that the existing site that we have is the best site, based on their assessment, not our own, then there are some options to take a look at other sites. So we aren't there yet, but I wanted to make sure, since it was highlighted, that I called it out. So here we are, finishing interviews this week. We have our first major deliverable, I think Chief is due on the 24th. And then we'll be coming back the first week of December. We should actually have the square footage that we're going to need, or the recommendation of the square footage.
So just so you guys know, our project highlights, they're between now and January. These are the items that ADG and Kimley Horn will be providing us. We'll be providing you all a presentation of the combined effort. This is what the need is, and I want to emphasize this. There's a need and a want, and I want everything, but I understand the need. And as long as I can identify the need to y'all, I think you'll understand how that need is going to help us improve our policing and our effort and the recruiting of it. So that's I want to certainly identify February 2nd is we're looking at potentially having it on that meeting for the election, but the deadline is February 16th. So anywhere between February 2nd, so already a meeting scheduled for that day, between February 16th, if we need to call a special meeting for that, to call for the bond. No, wrong one. So any questions?
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, now we'll go on to item 3B, briefing on creation of a cultural arts, or cultural district steering committee. Run off with your clicker.
So we actually, again, Angel Dale, project manager. So the cultural district was actually defined earlier this year in that resolution that's listed there. And so part of that, the next one, the part of that requires that we establish a steering committee. And so the purpose of the steering committee is obviously to formally establish and lead the development of implementation of what that cultural district will be, oversee the strategic planning, which could include all of what you see there, in addition to oversight of those zoning updates, working with the internal departments to do those things. And so then there would be a chair, obviously, and that person is kind of the liaison. So part of the steering committee, that chairperson kind of bridges the gap between all of the different groups, including internally here, city administration. And then just making sure that we're aligned in what we want to do for that district expansion. So specifically the collaboration that we would want to have, in our original talks about this, I believe our chair would have been someone from our previous administration, so we've talked about what that's going to look like for us. So that collaboration with city administration, specifically I'd like to call out phase 3, that implementation requires a joint execution of zoning, infrastructure, and programming, and the actual branding. So there's quite a few things that we'd like to do. Those are just a few of them that are being considered. So the public art, obviously we're looking at land use, small business support. So those are a few of the departments that we would call out that obviously we want to come together. There could be more, it's not just limited to them. And you know, the steering committee also, again, and that chair will help kind of bridge the gap between all of those parts, and then just kind of be the advocate for the district and help us make the best decisions as we support the district growth. You can go to the next one, that's just to outline what I said. All right, so again, wrap up governance and strategic alignment. So it provides long-term range planning. It gives us governance oversight. So one of the things that we hear consistently is accountability and transparency. So making sure that whatever commitments we're making, it's actually happening. So that steering committee and chair will help us do that. Keep us on track. A partnership with city administration, just make sure that we're compliant and that we are coordinating internally, not operating in silos. And so then together we can put that on our long-term roadmap, and there you go, the 2040 comprehensive plan. What questions can I answer for you all?
Created the,
Like the logo?
who created the graphic?
Me.
Very good.
Thank you.
Can we say it again? Now that you're on. You click back to it. There. Now what you're talking about?
Art of a champion.
I'm just so used to it with this group that went right past me, but I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you.
That's nice.
All right, no questions?
Well, I have a comment. I requested that this item did come back to council, so that we could have a briefing on getting this steering committee established and started for the cultural district. She's outlined all of the necessary components that they would handle. And if we could start considering a chair to steer that committee, then how would you prefer that we handle that? Do you want us to provide nominations? Do we say names now? Are we at that point where we're ready to? What's council's feel?
I think with most chairs or most commissions or boards, that we select the individuals that are on there and then they choose their own chair. Right? So that'll be my recommendation.
I would agree with that, since they know the people that are there, they can have a chair. Okay, so are we saying that the chair will come from the Arts Commission itself?
No, from the steering committee. Whoever we approve for the steering committee, they will then decide who they would like to be their chair.
Okay.
So I think the next steps then, Councilwoman Gooden, is to form the committee. So we need nominations for the committee, select that committee, and then the chair, and then kind of forward thinking would be like kind of the kickoff helping them, talking through what the expectations are and their responsibilities.
At this point, do we have any idea as to anybody that is currently interested in being on the committee? On
The steering committee?
Has anybody stepped forward to throw their name in the hat?
Surely, there's, yeah.
I was speaking with the interim city manager. We have a project manager here on staff who is very capable of carrying forward a project such as this. So if it would be okay with this interim city manager and council, that would be the name I would nominate, Angel Deal.
To be a member of the steering committee at this point?
At this point, to be a member of the steering committee, yes.
Total number of members.
That's up, I guess we have to decide that. What's a good number?
I would recommend just for core, if it's gonna be something like the CPIC committee, I think you really wanna have about 7 members total, especially if you're gonna have a quorum and be able to manage that. I think from staff standpoint, I would do that. If it's gonna be a committee that's gonna officially convene and have open meetings, et cetera, I would think you'd wanna keep it similar to any other board or commission for quorum purposes and just managing those meetings.
Yes, sir.
Whatever you decide, and I'll put it in a resolution, and we'll approve it at your next meeting.
Okay. Yeah, that number, it should be determined by, there's a list of suggestions of citizens, someone from the Arts Commission, of course. We talked about Ms. Deal, and I think there was even staff members.
Yes.
So we have to go through and see, just by that alone, there's probably 5 positions that were mentioned in here. So it may be that we need more than 7, or if 7 fits, well, then we'll go with 7. But we have to figure out how we can come to that decision, not here today, unless you're all ready for it. We have 2 hours. We've got an hour.
I mean, if he's put together a resolution, then I'm sure he would want some
Yeah, I'll take
details.
the presentation and create a resolution off that.
Okay, all right.
That would have number of members, I'll leave it blank, and fill in the number, and then try to identify the areas which they ought to come from. X number from arts, X number from staff, whatever else is identified in Ms. Deal's report. And then if you want them to comply with the Open Meetings Act, I'll write that in there. And then that they'll quarterly report to y'all, monthly, semi-annually, that kind of thing.
We could mirror kind of the CPIC committee, I sent that or resolution for y'all to look at. I think they met quarterly, reported annually, and they sunsetted in September of 2030. So we could do similar maybe if y'all want to, and that way it's kind of standard with some of these other committees, but
Yeah, so they're assigned, they're assigned with, 4 phases to get to the point where we actually apply for the designation. And that includes the creation of a managing entity. That will be created by the steering committee, not the city, as I understand it. We won't have direct ties with that managing entity that's required by the state agency that would later be the people that would hopefully give us a designation. So, yeah, there's a lot of work for them to do, but in the meantime, if you'll craft that resolution, we'll fill in the pieces, and then we'll come up with some names, more names. In the meantime, if there's people that want to, whether they're staff members or members of the community that are interested, let your council person or let the city manager or Angel know, so we can put your name in the hat of consideration. All right?
You
Okay.
hear that, public?
yeah. If y'all want just more of those, yeah, if y'all want to send those my way, I'll definitely make sure it gets,
Absolutely.
Chiquita, myself, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Well, I know who's up next. Okay, so item 3C, and thank you for that presentation. Item 3C, briefing on 730 East Highway 20, I-20, list of non-permitted uses. Mr. Barrera?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I had presented this item on November 11th, and at the time, I kind of used this as an opportunity to kind of walk through the journey of where we've been at with this property, the developer, the terms of the purchase sale agreement. I started off with just kind of putting an overview of where the property is located, provided some pictures, 4.69 acres, shared with you the current zoning classification as general office retail district, and then highlighted the fact that this property is located within the TIF district that is set to expire in 2036. What's important about this item is that we've seen some investments in the TIF district, but we have not seen this type of investment in this magnitude when we're talking about a $20 to $25 million investment for this property on phase 1 and a potential of another $20 to $25 million investment for phase 2. Why this is all important is that at some point we will want to look at the money that is being generated through property tax and hotel occupancy tax, but specifically the property tax and how we're going to use that money to do a very strategic master redevelopment plan for this TIF district, but as well as some very strategic capital improvements to be in line with some of our visions, our desires for this district. And again, the question is based strategic about it. That's why I shared this with you. I went over the significant purchase sale agreement terms. The purchase price, $1 million, $1,020,000. The fact that there had been initially $25,000 in earnest money with another $10,000 put in for a 30-day extension. We have completed the inspection period. Per the terms of the agreement, the closing is set to take place within 30 days after City Council approval of an acknowledgement of acceptance of the items spelled out in the purchase sale agreement at the conclusion of the inspection period. And with the preliminary condition that there has to be a committed national brand hotel consistent with the development plans that were submitted. I laid out the items that are specifically laid out in the purchase sale agreement that the developer must provide at the conclusion. And that includes the commitments from a hotel, site plan, a redevelopment plan, landscaping, a timeline of the construction and completion, as well as financial ability, which I've previously provided. And what you have here is on this slide is their commitment, their agreement, a copy of the executed agreement committing to this site. Here you have a conceptual site plan, the conceptual landscaping plan, the proposed building elevations.
Could you hold up there and just go
I'm
back
so
real
sorry.
quick? The drawing that we've seen, and we've seen that drawing several times. At some point, this council will need to know if in fact, because that seems to be the design, as you go through the architectural drawings on this, you can see that starting, I think, in 2009, they have amended those drawings as they've made subtle changes up until 2023. But for the most part, I want to know if that is the overall design we can expect to see on this project.
That is the design that was presented for this site. It's the new prototypical design. Right now, as we're evaluating the correct process, and I hesitate, maybe correct is not the right word, the right process in entitling this project, whether it be through a specific use permit or a planned development, through those we would have the opportunity to drive and maybe dictate a little bit more of the architecture and design of the building. We have that leverage through that approval process.
Okay, Mr. Hager.
You need to be careful that you're not contract zoning. She got zoning on this property. You're the owner of the property, so you've got ability by deed restriction. Okay, so this is one of those cases where we have both deed restriction responsibility and zoning responsibility. But I cannot contractually obligate myself to the zoning. And the zoning is yet to come. Okay.
I didn't know I went there.
Well, you were getting really
Getting
close.
close, huh? You know me well. Okay, continue on.
So Mayor, I hope I answered your
Yes,
question
you did.
about,
Yes,
about
you did.
that.
Thank you.
So those are the proposed building elevations at this time. What you see up there is the construction schedule that has been proposed for this site based on the executed franchise agreements. The developer shared with me that the estimated timeline to build the facility is 18 to 24 months. The developer will be here later this evening. As a matter of fact, she's en route right now to answer any questions that you may have about their experience, their timeline, anything that you would like to ask her about their intentions with this property or past experience. Again, she is en route right now and she will be available to answer questions when this item comes up under individual consideration. I will share with you, for whatever it's worth, that she has shared with me that thus far they have invested $150,000 to this site, and $150,000 is the price that they had to pay to obtain the rights to build this facility in this location. So there are contractual obligations, and they are up against some hard deadlines that they're hoping to meet. If not, then put themselves in the position where they would have to ask an extension from Marriott. But again, these dates are taken directly off of the franchise agreement. And then I understand that there were some questions about deed restrictions, list of permitted uses, what some of the things that we don't want to see upon the transfer of the property. What I share with you are the list of uses that we have restricted that are included on page 4 and 5 of the executed purchase sale agreement that was taken place back in February of early this year.
Okay, so that was, to your point, that was done earlier this year upon recognition that some of these things may not be desirable. So we created that list. At the last meeting, we tabled the conversation because there were still some additional concerns about deed restrictions and or, let me know if I'm crossing that line again.
You're good, right?
There were some points that were brought up that caused us to revisit this. So let's talk about that.
Well, I'll just say of note, I did send out an email last week to Mayor and Council asking if there was any other questions or restrictions, but I did not receive any information. So
Okay.
as of right now, this is what stands.
Okay, because this will be it tonight. I mean, what we're going to be agreeing to allow the interim city manager to strike the deal tonight if we go forward with this. And I'm not saying that I have any opposition to it. I just want to make sure everybody realizes that's what we're doing. We know these are the deed restrictions that will eliminate some of the more undesirable. But as of right now, those two other properties, which are part of this decision tonight, to sell those two properties, are they already platted as 3 separate lots?
They would have to be replatted and get our approval.
Okay, so
The plating would have to take place also. A lot of times they wait till the zoning to know how big to plat.
Okay.
Meaning, lots that are created as a result of the hotel building.
yeah, and we've already got some comments that we heard last week or 2 weeks ago that part of the owner's concern will be that some businesses, because it's down so much lower than the highway, don't feel that they have highway visibility. Is that correct?
The developer has presented this site to a number of end users, specifically restaurants. Some of the initial feedback that they've received is that the site presents some challenges as far as access, and then you have to cross through several properties in order to get to it. It's a good location, but a few of the end users have shared that the ease of getting into the site presents some challenge.
To get you over the line,
Okay.
because those are zoning considerations. And you'll still have zoning authority. You can even make the zoning more restrictive than the deed restriction. Because it'll have to be a PD.
So, but we're gonna cross that bridge at some
We'll
point.
cross that bridge later. This is the sale of the property, not the zoning of the property.
Gotcha. Mr. Coombs?
So in regards to the deed restrictions,
Yes, sir.
I don't see auto storage as one of the prohibited uses. And I don't see auto dealership. Is that something we want to allow?
Were those part of the allowed use in that district?
No.
Or they're not allowed by right?
Okay.
And then retail sundry, is that allowed by right?
No, not for highway.
And then, and that's it. Yeah, all the
This is the list of prohibited
These are
uses.
things that you absolutely would not allow under any circumstances. You could be more restrictive as it relates to highway-oriented uses than this list.
When we get to
the
zoning.
zoning.
Okay. All right, well, that's what I'll wait. All right, anything else?
I'll just mention that auto repair's on there, and so, you know, a lot of times your auto storage issues are accompanied with auto repair, so that's currently on there, but, you know, you are correct as
On
far
the
as.
prohibited list?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right, anything else?
I don't have anything else, well, just, you know, talking about revenue and what this development means, aside from bringing it back into productive use, we're looking at a projected hot funds revenue of $280,000. This is assuming a sales volume of $4 million. But more than anything, and what's important here, in my opinion, is when we talk about new property taxes, we're looking at approximately $356,000 of new property tax. This is once the project is completed, estimating it at a $20 million project. So this is the kind of revenue that you will be seeing moving forward, but this is where we go back to the TIF district and trying to figure out and put together a plan as to how we're gonna use that money on some capital, very strategic capital improvements.
Okay, one of the, this isn't about zoning. But one of the things, when Mr. Pennebaker and I were tasked with reviewing some documents that we were given, that I noticed, and this is actually a positive comment about what I noticed in there, because it was a great concern to me that the brand would change at some point in time. And in the contract, it specifically states that the brand can only change with the approval, because this is it's a 25-year contract with the Marriott, and it can only change with approval of Marriott. So the owner can't just decide they want to become a Hilton Garden Inn. So that's locked in, so that was a good thing, good find. And the other thing was that if the owner decides to partner with somebody, they can only partner, and they have to be 49%. They can't be 50% partners. These are the partners that are going to be in control during the term of the contract. And even if they did try to strike a deal to change that, it has to be met with the approval. The new owner, the new majority owner, would have to be approved by the Marriott Corporation. So they would vet those people to make sure they were qualified to run the operation, so we wouldn't have a fall off on the quality of the operation there. So both those things were written into the contract, and I was glad to see that. Wasn't surprised, but it's there to me, it protects the city as well.
Some of those things might bleed off into PD as well, as far as national branding and adequacy of managerial expertise.
Anything else?
So, looking at the table, retail sundry is allowed by SUP.
That's a policy issue. It needs to be added on the list, we'll add it on the list, but they'll have to agree to it.
I'd like to.
Or you could get them at some.
Are you suggesting that we put that on there where it would not be allowed by SUP? So it can't happen. Are there any others that you?
Well, if it has an SUP, that means you got another, I mean, they could change the zoning on the whole property, right? They own it, it's theirs.
With
That's
approval?
why you deed restrict it.
Okay. We could change the
But
zoning
you're
with approval.
saying, once only you could release the SUP, only you can change the zoning ultimately, you or your successors.
Yeah, so
Because
there-
people
there's the
sitting in
protection
these
built
seats
in.
will be different 20 years from now, I guess. I won't probably be around to see it, and if I am, I probably won't care. But you'd have to understand things change over time. I don't need to tell any of you that have lived here for a really long time what once was great is now not great, and so things change. Once Marriott may not be Marriott today, tomorrow, maybe something else. So while you have deed restriction authority, you also have zoning authority on this property. So you've got it, but if you want to add it, we'll have to get their consent to add it, because they've signed the contract, have they not? We've signed
Yes,
it.
yes.
So can only be changed by amendment. That's why we needed a little time to make sure if you're gonna have things you wanted to add to the list, do this ahead of time, so we're trying to do it tonight during the meeting.
I mean, if these deed restrictions in and of themselves, that's an amendment, right? Because
It's amendment to the contract.
Right.
The deed restrictions will take effect upon the transfer of the ownership of property. The deed. Deed restrictions.
I won't get on the table and scream about it, but I'd prefer it not be on there.
It not be an option to go, to get an issue?
He wants to add it as a deed
We're
restriction.
gonna add retail sundry to the list.
We can ask the developer tonight when he's at the dais.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And if he's agreeable, we'll add it. If he's not, then
Why not?
we can consider it.
Okay. Yes,
Mr. Barrera, you mentioned the TIF district. The TIF district, have they looked at this item as well?
We've had a conversation with them, we've shared with them preliminarily the impact that this development will have on the district. We've shared with them some preliminary projected revenues. And then we talked about the importance of this development and bringing the property back into productive use. The fact we had a conversation about what we just discussed about how much revenue this project is expected to bring in, but also to talk about the creation of jobs, 25 to 30 jobs, and really looking at this as being a catalyst to additional investments in this area that, again, has seen some investment, but not the type of investment that we're talking about here this evening. And this proposed development is in line with the recently approved comprehensive plan and in line with our economic development goals and objectives. So that said, staff's recommendation is that you approve the resolution acknowledging receipt of the documentations per the laid out purchase sale agreement and authorize the interim city manager to take the necessary actions to complete the sale of this property.
I looked over the site plan and I may have missed this. Do they propose to put a fence around the perimeter of the property?
Zoning.
I strike that.
Okay.
Well, if it's in regards to this, talking about the site plan, right?
It's a concept plan, it's not the zoning. It's only a concept, because you wanted to see what was there before you signed the contract.
Okay.
Do you see one on there?
I can go back and look at the site plan. Thank you. I'll do that. Okay, anything else, anybody? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guess what? We have, we're down to executive session, item A. So at this point, we will recess the work session at 5:43 PM. All right, good evening. I think I can proudly say we've set a record in that we're only 8 minutes late tonight, as opposed to some previous meetings. So thank you for your patience, and thank you for being here most of all. We're going to go ahead and begin our meeting for our regular meeting for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025, with our call to order at 7:09. We're 9 minutes over. And we're going to start with our invocation, which I believe we have Pastor Chuck Adair with Grace Place Church in attendance. Thank you, sir, for being here. Please stand.
Let's pray together. Father, we come before you today grateful for the gift of community and the opportunity to serve our neighbors. As this council gathers, we ask for wisdom that is pure, peace-loving, considerate, and full of mercy. Grant each member clarity of mind, unity of purpose, and a spirit of cooperation that seeks the good of all who call this city home. Father, we are reminded that leadership is stewardship, so may every word spoken and every choice made reflect integrity, humility, and a genuine desire to build this community where hope thrives and where every person has the opportunity to flourish. We pray and we ask these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join us in the pledges to our flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. All right, we'll move into our reports. My mayor's report, it's just one item that I have on here that I want to report, and that was this past weekend, we, quite a few of us, and some in this room, got to go to Methodist Charles Medical Center and celebrate their 50th anniversary. It was a very well-attended event, very well-organized, and it was a pleasure to be there. So much work has gone on, and so many people have been brought in to, I don't want to say reinvent, but certainly to restore the reputation of our hospital that we have in this area. And I'm not to discount some of the other medical centers that are around, but this is the one that does it all for us in this area. And they've struggled with some problems that they've had in the past, but over the last few years, they've spent many millions of dollars on the emergency center that they've been, I think that was $75 million. They've brought in new equipment, new technology, and they're just doing a host of things to assure that this should be our first point to go to, and not necessarily consider going to other area hospitals, although they're all fine hospitals around us, and that's a luxury we have. But Charlton has changed its image, and there are specific people over there that have worked hard, including the board over there, to change that image, and not just to change it for change's sake, but to actually implement new procedures. My wife and I went there to take a friend over to the emergency center. I hadn't been there yet. I was very impressed, but I was even more impressed when I got inside with the way they managed the number of people that were there and processed them through in an efficient way, whereas in the past, you may have sat there for a lot longer. So they're very cognizant of the fact that an emergency center should be responding to people on an emergency basis and get them moved in to rooms and get attention right away, and I saw it firsthand. So just my kudos to everyone over at Methodist for doing such a good job to make that something we can be very proud of in this part of town. So I was very pleased to be at the event, and it was very well received by everyone there. With that, I'll move on to council member reports. Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor.
I always like to talk about some of the events. We had a KDB Arbor Day event, gave out trees. We're a tree city. Was glad to see it happening and stuff. Also, there was a Veterans Day event. The Parks and Rec Department did that. I was glad to see that they're honoring the vets. It was a first-time event, but also we want to thank our veterans as well. As the mayor said, Methodist Charlton's 50th anniversary was a good thing. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Jeanette Rodriguez. She's a employee here with the city of Duncanville, and there was a concert that was happening, and somebody, as part of that concert group, passed out, and the care that she showed that citizen and taking care of him until the paramedics arrived was just outstanding. So really a big shout out to her. Lions Club is having our pancake breakfast. It's this Saturday, Lions Club building. You can't get a better deal there. Tickets are $5. You can get them at the door. You can get them from any Lions Club member. But if you're going to have good food and fun, do it. I see our chefs in the audience as well, so he'd make sure. Also, we have Christmas festivities that are coming up December 5th. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving as well. And lastly, I want to remind people that your winter averaging for your water is getting ready to go into effect here. So that's the time, and it depends how your sewage rates is. So to pay attention to that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City of Champions. I have one brief announcement, and that is to remind you that December 2nd is the at-large, citywide, all-district town hall. We will be speaking to Kenneth Govan with Encore, will be present and on site to provide information about outages and any apps that you could possibly add on your phone on how to go about reporting that information. There will be some updates provided from city staff, key departments that are normally receive a high amount of questions. So please come out, be informed, get to know your neighbors, because this is for citywide, all districts, and I invite you to come out and look forward to seeing you. And I don't see Council Member, I'll let you speak to yours. Councilmember Coons has one on December 8th for District 3. Thank you.
Councilmember Pennebaker.
Thank you. Just another town hall meeting we're doing this Thursday at 6 o'clock at the Duncanville Library. It will be focused mainly on traffic, street safety, specifically around Cockrell Hill and Sun Valley, where we've had some issues, but it'll be a broader discussion if anyone has any questions about that area, or you want to try to gather some information about what's going on and what the police department has been doing. Chief Tiarena will be there, other city officials will be there, and possibly Univision, from what I understand. They've been monitoring what's going on, so we'll welcome everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, we'll move on to item 4C, City Manager's Report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a reminder, we were having some information sessions for our design incentive grant program through economic development. It's being hosted by Marcella Perez in that department. We held a session today at 7:30 a.m. here in the council chambers, and we're going to have one more session this Thursday, the 20th, at 6 p.m. here in the city council chambers. But it's really just a good opportunity to educate small businesses and entrepreneurs about our guidelines for these types of grants, which includes paint, signage, landscape, facade improvements, pavement infrastructure. And again, we thank Marcella and the economic development team for putting this together. I also want to recognize our finance team for a job well done. We just received word today that the Government Finance Officers Association has presented us the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting ending September 30th, 2024. Again, that's for financial reporting. So thank you, finance team, for a great job. And I just also just kind of piggybacking off Councilmember Burnett said about Miss Jeanette Rodriguez. We really do thank her for her service, and we did reach out and thanked her. And her response was, I was just doing my job. So we just really commend her for all her efforts and her dedication to serving the senior center on a daily basis. Just a reminder, city facilities will be closed next Thursday, the 27th, and Friday, the 28th, in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. We do have notices out on social media, and we'll also have signage here in the building. But we definitely, I know that's coming very quickly. And just really quickly, I just want to wish the city council and all our city staff a very wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 5, proclamations and presentations. Proclamation presented to the Duncanville High School for Distributive Education Clubs of America, DECA. I knew that was you. Come on up. All right. Thank you all for being here. This is a special honor for me to do this once again. I think we've honored and had a proclamation for this group once before, a very important group within our educational system. So this proclamation reads, whereas Distributive Education Clubs of America, DECA, have designated the month of November 25th, or November 2025 as DECA month, and whereas DECA is a student organization that prepares emerging leaders and entrepreneurs into marketing, finance, hospitality, and management in high schools and college. And whereas students who participate in DECA gain authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education, increase engagement, and enable them to make informed decisions about their academic coursework and career pathways. And whereas leaders from business and industry nationwide report increasing challenges related to the skill gap and connecting qualified professionals with available careers in critical and growing fields. And whereas DECA prepares students for these careers and other fulfillment by offering integrated programs of study that link secondary and post-secondary education and lead to the attainment of industry-recognized credentials. And whereas DECA ensures that students have access to resources which prepare their skills and economic growth for an evolving and competitive workforce. Therefore, I, Greg Contreras, Mayor of the City of Duncanville, Texas, do hereby call upon all citizens of Duncanville and upon all civic and educational organizations to observe the month of November 2025 as DECA Month, and to congratulate Duncanville High School for its robust DECA program in the City of Duncanville. I urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the Distributive Education Clubs of America program at Duncanville High School, and to support and encourage the students who work hard each year to earn 40+ hours of community service, as well, I'm sorry, I lost my place there, as well as prepare to be in college and career ready by enhancing their individual skills and productivity. Congratulations. Would you like to say some words?
Thank you, Mayor. I am Dr. Michelle Williams, and this is my 7th year at Duncanville High School, and it's a privilege and an honor to receive this proclamation from you and from the city of Duncanville. It is a truly extremely experience to take care of these students like they're my own, and to see them flourish beyond high school, and to see them come out of their shells and be able to public speak and do the things that they need to do to compete. Once again, we would like to say thank you. I took one with the camera, but if you want it.
Okay, our next presentation under item 5 is 5B, receive the Duncanville Public Library quarterly update from Library Systems and Services.
Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Rauscher, I'm your Assistant City Manager for Community Services, and tonight we've got a very exciting update for you. Not only our regular quarterly update for the library department, but also we've got new information that we would like for our LS&S team, Library Systems and Services, to be able to share with you tonight. As you might recall, LS&S was brought on board with the City of Duncanville earlier this year to oversee operations and management of our Duncanville Public Library. They basically officially started in the March timeframe, and shortly thereafter, they were able to bring on some additional staff members as part of LS&S, including Hannah Olson, who's our library director, and longtime resident here in Duncanville, and also employee of the Duncanville Library. And we've also been able to hire our assistant director, Cameron Kanerstorfer, as well, and several other members of the library team too. So at the end of the day, we've got a pretty successful operation with our library. The transition has gone pretty smoothly, and so tonight what you're gonna hear is some information regarding some of the policies that LS&S has been able to develop. That was part of their work scope when they came on board, was to look at the previous library policies and then fine tune those in terms of how the library is operated and functions and so forth. Also, they've developed a concept plan for what the future of the Duncanville Library could look like, and so they'll share some details on that tonight as well. And then lastly, give you a sneak preview of what the community needs assessment process is going to look like as we hopefully start that process early next year in the March 2026 timeframe. So with that, I will go ahead and turn the presentation over to Ms. Sue Considine. I hope I said that correctly. Irish name. Okay. Thank you, Sue. Thank you.
Hello.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us to review our progress with the library with you tonight. I'm Sue Considine. As Mark said, I'm the VP of Library Operations for us, LS&S, along with Hannah Olson, your library director. Oh, thanks, Hannah. My primary responsibility in Duncanville is to ensure that your library is operating at optimal levels to deliver excellence in access, services, programming, collections, and experiences for your community. I have the pleasure of partnering with Hannah and a dynamic and passionate library team who all work with the same commitment to excellence every day. And you should have full copies of each of the documents that we'll be reviewing tonight for your reference. Upon our arrival, we immediately began a review of your library policies. LS&S reviewed and updated all policies to ensure compliance with current industry best practices, local priorities, and Texas law. The policy update recommendations were presented to the Library Advisory Board for their review and recommendation for council, approved on August 7th, 2025. Thanks, Hannah. One of the priorities established for LS&S was to facilitate a space assessment and bring forth floor plan design options for consideration. We incorporated results from a previous survey from the library board and LS&S expertise in design, IT, and collections, and discussions with library staff. We offer this concept as a potential phased approach to help the council begin establishing priorities and guiding your planning process. On the last page of our report, we draw your attention to some facility and structural elements for your primary consideration. Our preferred first phase is to optimize current resources and evolve library spaces and services. We recommend a deep assessment of the collection, reducing shelving, and rearranging the current floor plan using the resources that we have on hand. As part of this initiative, we propose conducting a significant weeding process. This will involve resetting the collection using best practice parameters to evaluate and remove titles that have not circulated in the past 3 years. This effort will only be undertaken with the council's knowledge and approval. At a high level, I'll walk you through the program that informed our design. Understanding the way that individuals use library spaces today, we know that there's a preference for individual spaces that support focused work and the need for visual concentration. Gone are the days of passive consumption of information in public libraries. Today's libraries are technology-rich information centers that support hands-on and participatory learning, active learning and creation, and distance learning. As we move out of the COVID years, our library spaces have adapted to the needs of people who work from home and require space for work and a professional environment for meetings. Additionally, our experience and studies show us that individuals want to study or work in the company of others, staying socially connected while working alone in a variety of settings. People often do group work in open areas to stay connected to others, requiring flexibility to meet their changing needs. Let's briefly walk through the areas of service. We strive to create a natural flow with plenty of open space so that people can navigate to areas that best suit their own needs. In our proposal, we've concluded an information and marketplace experience as we enter the library. Here, you'll find answers to questions and view library displays and browse new materials. All of our user services, including printing and copying, are located here, with staff within reach for assistance. We've included additional staff office and workspace in the back. We've expanded the square feet of the makerspace to allow for growth and evolution of this service. We've located the children's collection and programming space at the back of the library and have included a closed sensory space for individuals and families who require a specialized environment to reduce sensory stimulation. We've included large and breakout meeting and study spaces in the back corner. Moving forward, you'll see an adult quiet area, a computer lab to expand our ability to provide computer instruction and support. We've created a customized teen area with a glass enclosure to allow for monitoring, but at the same time to allow for teens to be teens. Moving back toward the front of the library brings you through the adult collection, seating opportunities, and computers. Currently, our library feels congested and overcrowded by the sheer number and height of our library shelving. In this view, you'll see how we recommend lower shelving and a reduction of the overall linear feet of shelving. As we move through our collection assessment and weeding process, we will have the ability to make the collection more relevant, more visible, and more accessible, while at the same time expanding floor space by reducing the amount of shelving. Understanding that there are many facility priorities in Duncanville, we're prepared to take a creative approach to make changes that can be accomplished using the resources we already have. Collection assessment and reorganization, children's area, and space for technology instruction and support are all areas where we can begin making adjustments within the space that we have with the resources that we have in place. I'll quickly draw your attention to the notes page of the report. As I mentioned, as a result of our space assessment, we did identify some facility and structural issues in the top 3 bullets that may be of primary consideration for your review. Another initiative we've worked to develop at the previous city manager's request is a community needs assessment plan and an interactive site. With council approval, we aim to launch this project in the spring of 2026. LS&S provides data analysis from an exclusive software package. LS&S will analyze this data along with existing Duncanville Public Library and City of Duncanville data to form a complete picture. The process will identify service priorities, goals, and measurable objectives, identify gaps where current library operation is insufficient to meet those priorities, and evaluate how we can more effectively leverage technology, outreach, collection, programs, and innovative services. The services that we provide through the plan include project management and internal communications, including work and communication plans, research and discovery, communication and engagement, presentations, and reports. Alt-tab. Got it. So what you're seeing here is our interactive landing page or site for the community needs assessment. This page will allow citizens and any stakeholders to interact with surveys, to track the progress of the project, and to share ideas, to understand what the key dates are in the process, and once again, most importantly, to interact with the surveys that will allow citizens to not only help us to identify opportunities and priorities, but to bring new ideas to the table. Alt-tab. Here we go. Okay. Our 2025 library service priorities were identified as a result of an intensive SWOT analysis facilitated by LS&S involving the library staff and aligning with the stated priorities of the city manager. Our 2025 library service priorities include outreach and promotions, raising the visibility and awareness of the Duncanville Public Library in the community, programming, increase the number, diversity, and quality of our programming to best serve today's library users, and efficient operations. Assess, evaluate, and optimize all library resources and operations, including procedures, systems, space, and staff time. Hannah will now walk us through our progress.
All right, as far as outreach and promotions, just a snapshot of a recent month. Staff attended a grand total of 6 outreach events in October, with 3 of those on the same day, October 30th. Outreach included National Night Out, Movies in the Park, and Boo Bash, along with 3 events at Duncanville ISD elementary schools. We have also created a schedule of regular social media posts spotlighting different programs and services. We send out our refreshed monthly newsletter to all subscribers, and we continue to look for outreach opportunities and say yes to requests for outreach. Another snapshot of a month. In October, the library held 68 programs, which were attended by nearly 500 people. Families were able to attend a variety of programs during fall break, including a Hispanic Heritage Trivia Challenge, a teen art studio session, and a community art painting project. For fiscal year 25, the number of programs offered increased 50% from FY24. Attendance at programs increased by 22%. And here are some recent partnerships and prospective partnerships. As you all know, we partnered with the Arts Commission and the Friends of the Duncanville Public Library to create the Community Art Project this summer. We plan to partner with Village Tech to provide 2 internship opportunities for high school students. Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas has partnered with us to provide job assistance sessions twice a month, with plans to provide special workshops in the future. And we are in discussion with the Dallas Museum of Art about opportunities to partner on programs for various ages. In our collections, the LS&S collection management team has ordered thousands of new items to meet patron demand. We are also excited to announce we now offer Canopy, which is a streaming service for libraries. Canopy Access includes over 30,000 documentaries, popular films, international films, and learning videos, including selections from the great courses.
Okay, so with that overview, as far as next steps are concerned, the intent is to bring a resolution before you at your next meeting on December 16th, requesting approval of the policies that were mentioned today and as approved by the Library Advisory Board back on August 7th of this year. That resolution would also request approval to begin that community needs assessment process, including the surveys and public outreach efforts that Sue just described. And the proposal is that we would begin that in the March 2026 timeframe, and that's approximately a 3 to 4 month long effort to complete that needs assessment. And then the resolution would also request approval to begin the weeding process that Sue mentioned, as far as those items that have not been circulated, in at least a 3-year period, for example. And then throughout, the remainder of next year and the years to come, we would also look at, the library space plan and some of the CIP projects that you saw, such as the roofing system and HVAC, and kind of keep those in mind as we plan for future capital project needs. So I think with that, we'll take any questions that y'all might have tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I was excited when I saw it in the agenda and reviewed it and saw the possibilities. I'm really interested in seeing what the public has to say and how they're receiving it, and if they have any other suggestions, I would be interested in knowing that. But my question is, and maybe I was just a little eager, but I was so excited when we entered into this agreement, and I think that was earlier this year, and we're about 9-10 months out. So could you explain what was happening during that time period that I would have assumed, and probably somebody else, that we would have immediately completed an assessment first couple months and then started with the phase that we're about to enter into now. So just explain what we've been up to during this time. Thank you.
Had to get the house in order, so we had to, thank you. We had to get the house in order, so we had to get our staffing at levels where we could begin to align our staff time and talent with the priorities that were laid out for us when we came on board. In terms of the community needs assessment, we need data. We needed to get into the facility, start working with the team, start to understand where the potential and opportunities lie within the space. And again, I can't stress enough the overabundance of shelving. When you walk into that library, it's a very daunting and very high priority and really easy to manage opportunity to change the patron experience almost immediately. If we're able to do this collection assessment and rearrange the shelving, restructure the floor plan so we can open up spaces, we can provide active opportunities within the library space that we haven't been able to do up until this point. So in an effort to be thinking forward about what those active opportunities might be, we've been identifying opportunities for partnerships and new programming and new services that we could implement right away. So our focus has really been on the program and the people from day one. And now I think we've been here long enough where we have some data in hand, both quantitative and qualitative, lots of feedback through informal conversations, and the data that helps us to understand, where we are so that we can start to move forward in an informed way. So the timing of the community assessment, I think, is perfect. The staff is now in place. I think everyone is doing a fabulous job in the new assignments and new roles, and will be really better positioned now once the community needs assessment comes back and we get our analysis done and send you along our report. We'll be able to execute immediately on those improvements. My pleasure.
Councilman Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I wasn't sure what to expect, what we'd be getting when we started working with LS&S, and I can say we're in the library at least once a week, sometimes multiple times a week, and the environment is much improved in a very positive way. And Hannah plays a big role in that. I think she's doing an excellent job in her new role, so it's good to have her there. And so, I saw the space assessments. I rarely get chills when I look at our agendas, but a chill went up my spine. It's exciting because what we saw in that space assessment are things that people have been talking about for quite some time, and so it's exciting to see that we're actually having that conversation. And so I had just a couple of questions. So you said that we would have to do the collection assessment first before we start talking about rearranging the space, right?
Yeah, we really need to get a handle on the collection. For a multitude of reasons, regular weeding wasn't happening over a previous number of years. So what that does to a library collection is we continue to bring in new materials and we kind of force them into shelving where it creates a lack of visibility of the totality of the collection. It reduces that ability to kind of browse and discover. And so there's a lot of density in the collection where there are materials that haven't moved in 3 years or materials that are just really no longer relevant to your community. So we've got this great infusion that Hannah talked about that has been coming from our collection management team. We've got great titles and a lot of new materials and a lot of efforts to make sure that those are visible and on display, but we're still bogged down by this kind of outdated collection. So.
And that's something I noticed when we went on the tours of the other libraries that they manage, was that it was so open, and because of all the shelves were lower. And right now when you walk into our library, it does kind of have that dungeon type feel, especially if you're back somewhere inside the collections. And so that does make a huge difference. I noticed on slide 64, if we can go back to that. I want to make sure I saw this. Okay. So it looks like we're proposing to actually be able to access the garden space that's in the back. Is that a door?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And
yes.
That's always been a mystery why we have that beautiful space back there and no one can get to it. And so
we would love for the community to have access to the garden space through the library, and we also would like to really leverage that. Every time I come here, I'm fascinated and impressed by the number of people that utilize the walking path around the library, and we would love to put a story walk back there, really just leverage that outside space and the audience that's already there and connect them through the library through literacy.
And just one or two more, Mayor. The marketplace. So can you talk about what that is?
Yes. So from my perspective, it's the entryway into the library, which would be the top right corner of the slide. As you walk in, you'll see a help desk off to your right, and then the marketplace is that kind of impulse shopping, browsing. There's new materials, there's displays, there's visual interest, and just like in stores, that do it really well, where they merchandise up front popular materials, but also kind of popular items, but also interfile things that maybe people aren't necessarily looking for, but they come upon it and say, oh, this is of interest to me, I'll grab this too. Same kind of theory applies with making the collection really visible, particularly interfiling existing materials up with the new materials to create some new life and excitement around them. So, and also the user services that are incredibly heavily used in your library, like the printing and the copying and those easy access types of services, they would be in the marketplace area right up there at the front.
Okay. Could that space possibly also be used for art exhibits?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. So, and then last question, because I know that one issue we had with space was that the staff kind of crammed in there in some places, and they've got some rooms where stuff is just stacked. So, does any of the space assessment help solve any of those problems?
Absolutely. You'll see up at the top, so once you go past the help desk and enter the back offices, you'll see we've created a youth office back there in the space that used to be dedicated to the staff who would do cataloging and technical services. You know, with our entry into your library, that setup is no longer required because the majority of collection management and maintenance happens off-site. So then we can take those staff hours and point them towards patron-facing activities like programming and outreach, et cetera. So with the advent of reducing the need for those functions back there, we can now add space for teamwork and planning and you know, people coming together in a back office space. Right now, there is in the children's room, there's this an enormous desk where one of the part-time youth services people sits, and that's her place. So and Hannah just accomplished this. It was a very high priority to find a space for her in the back so she could actually plan and think and work and develop ideas. So removing the staff from the center of an open space and giving them space to actually work off the floor to be able to you know, get creative and think and work together. We've included that in this back office space.
Okay. I've got a lot. Thanks, Mayor, for the time. I'm a book nerd, so this is exciting. But yeah, thank you for the presentation. You know, we look forward. I guess so. At our next meeting, we'll have something to approve the policy changes and to perform the book audit. I guess.
Yes, we'll have a Yes, we'll have a resolution for that. Yes, on the 16th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you again for the presentation. LS&S, when we first went in that, they said they would come in quietly. They would continue operations. They've done what they said they've done. It also saves Duncanville taxpayers money as well, too, for their efficiencies. They think about libraries 24/7. That doesn't happen when really you have city staff doing it. So I want to thank you for being here and improving our project.
Pleasure.
I might add that at TML this year, went to your booth, and it didn't seem like it, but it was just exactly a year before that we went to your booth, not knowing who you were or what y'all did. And I think Mr. McBurnett was with me, and I think some others visited the booth before and after us. And here we are a year later with this great presentation showing us how this has been successful, and it was worth the endeavor to get involved. And thank you very much. Thank you, Hannah. You've been a rock star back there, just holding it up while we went through this process. And I know we're not finished with the process by any means, but it's a good report and a lot of progress. So thank you very much. Don't see any other lights, so
Thank you.
we're excited. Thank you. Okay, item 6, citizens input pursuant to section 551007 of the Texas Government Code. Any member of the public has the opportunity to address the city council concerning any matter of public business or any posted agenda item. I want to remind you, when I call your name, please approach and give your name and full address and be reminded that there's a 2-minute limit on the comments that you have. Not that she needed these instructions, but Marlis Gordon.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, ladies and gentlemen of the council, city manager, citizens of Duncanville, I'm a little bit late in coming, and I apologize for that, but I'm here because I want to thank you for helping us host the delegates from our sister city, Monasterola de Savigliano in Italy, that we did for 10 days in October. Thank you to the citizens of Duncanville who volunteered, who hosted families, and who sponsored and donated. It was a wonderful 10 days, and I believe that Duncanville rose to the occasion and gave a wonderful Texas welcome to these 23 delegates that visited us. I want to thank you, the city, for just being so wonderful. Thank you to the police department for your protection. Although I didn't hear of any incidences that we needed it, but we're so glad that we were prepared. Thank you, Marshall, for showing up places and making a presence. Thank you to the city for helping us with transportation. Thank you to Mr. Stevenson for taking a whole day to show them all around Duncanville our wonderful businesses and all of our city accoutrements. We're just so glad that we had such a wonderful visit, and it wouldn't have happened without all of you. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Also, I have this little plaque that I will be putting in the display case in the library foyer. I want to also thank you for getting us that display case out of the back dark recesses of wherever it was and putting it in the foyer for us. But this is just our ad that we had for the city. Did you do this, Alex? Did you do this? Oh, it was in the Duncanville newspaper. Well, I call it a newspaper. I don't know what you call it. But so I'm going to put this in the library as a remembrance of this year. And in 2027, we will all go to Italy. You're all welcome to go on the trip to Italy. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Freddie Valdez. Freddie Valdez speaking on the food truck trailer. Not here. Okay. We have another Lorena Mondragrula on the food truck trailer. All right, not here. Mr. Lackey, did you want to wait until that agenda item comes up to speak? No. Do you want to speak now? Okay.
Thank you for that invitation. Appreciate it, and I appreciate the service of all the council members. I'm here tonight to speak about
name and address, please.
Oh yeah, Thomas Lackey, 1818 Seabrook Drive, Duncanville, Texas. I'm here to speak about the proposed redevelopment of the Toyota property that I believe was discussed in executive session tonight. I've been a little remiss on the agenda, so I don't know if this has been, discussed extensively or not. If I did miss that and didn't have an opportunity to speak previously, I apologize. When I first got involved with local affairs about 8 years ago, I talked to the city manager just generally about economic development. I remember him saying, look at the Toyota property. That will tell all. That was 8 years ago. So here we are, 8 years later, and the best we can do is a low to mid-range chain hotel banner. I feel we are cursed with low expectations. We can do better with this property. After all, it's one of the focal points entering the city. My fear is that we are settling for motel construction in lieu of really finding a creative and tax-generating use for this property. We've waited many years. Let's wait a little longer and get something we can be proud of. We truly are in a unique position in Dallas County. I think it's time we take a unique position when it comes to economic development. Thank you.
Ms. Tai Fang Lu.
台方路 from 434 Blue Ridge Drive, and it's shocking news. I mean, I did suggest Mr. Douglas Finch how make a job, citizens, I mean managers' job easier. It's mentality issue, okay? Government officials' salary come out of taxpayer dollars. Their mentality should be, how did we do by providing service instead of building power? And on October 15, because we don't have Douglas Finch anymore for a long time, and they will think, oh, this new assistant manager does not work senior enough. So this guy called him court martial. But I remember when Arisa was manager, and he and another short fire marshal talk in the lobby, say, we can do bulldozer your house anytime we want. I say, let's go to council meeting, say that, because the surveillance camera doesn't record that detail, how they intend to do. But this happened. Shocking news, okay? They create the judge is not a presiding judge, Mr. Spanish guy, but Jonathan something, and they become so skillful, and rampage robbery operation, October 15. I know I have a court date on 20th. Who did that? Who can initiate that? And the Cedar Hill government, they do have a reward system for good employee, follow righteous work ethic. But at Duncanville, because we lack the... Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we had no electronic filings of citizens' input, so that concludes our business on item 6 for this evening. Now we'll move into consent agenda. Mr. McBurnett?
Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Councilman McBurnett. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Gooden. Please vote. Thank you. All right, now we'll move into item 8, items for individual consideration. Item A, take necessary action as a result of executive session. There are no actions to be taken as a result of executive session. Excuse me. Item 8B, consider a resolution canvassing and declaring the results of the special election held on November 4th, 2025.
Chiquito, yeah. Mayor and council,
These are the results you have in your packet, the resolution. We are required by law to canvass the votes. There was propositions A through L. All of them passed except for Proposition B regarding term limits. Upon your passage of the resolution tonight, canvassing those votes, we will bring back the actual amendments to the Home Rule Charter at your next regularly scheduled meeting. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, you just have to approve
Just approve the resolution as
Yes.
presented.
Okay.
Mayor.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve the resolution, item 8B by Councilman McBurnett. Second by Councilwoman Cherry Brown. Please vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8C, consider resolution casting the city council of the city of Duncanville's vote for a member of the board of directors of the Dallas Appraisal District. Who's got this?
Yeah, this is just to cast the 6 votes for the candidates. Chiquita, you have the list of the candidates?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We have 13 candidates, and that's Kevin Carbo Sr., John Coate, Janae Cortez, Clyde Hairston, Marion Hamilton, Carter Holton, Pauline Madrano, Elisima Miles, Larry Offit, William David Palmer, Cassandra Phillips, America Rodriguez, and Jimmy Salou. And Duncanville has 6 votes. You can put all 6 toward one candidate, or you can split those up amongst the candidates.
Okay, council, how do you wish to proceed with this vote? Councilman McBurnett.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of quality candidates out there for that, but I always tell you Cassandra Phillips is the one from Duncanville, and I always feel on these groups that it's better to have someone from Duncanville as a part of that group. So I'm going to say put all 6 towards towards Miss Phillips.
Okay, and somebody help me out here because I agree with the votes going towards Ms. Phillips, but there's another person on here that I think has equal representation in the southern sector. So I don't know if we put all 6 votes into one candidate, does it dilute their vote in the overall scheme of things if we consider another person to put some votes towards it? And I'll be honest with you, that's Mr. Hairston, Mayor Hairston out of the city of Lancaster. I think he's performed very well, and he's also very deserving. Not from Duncanville, of course, but I'll follow the council's lead if we feel like we need to commit our votes to our local representative. So, Mr. McBurnett, how do you feel on that? You made the motion.
Mayor, I'm open to any other suggestions as well. When I look at it, that whole list of people, almost all of them have served or are serving in some kind of capacity as well. I would say if we did something like that, at a minimum, I would say 3 and 3.
Okay. Would I have a second to that motion? Okay, we have a second from Councilwoman Cherry Brown. Mr. Coons, do you have a comment?
Just a question, maybe for the city attorney. So I guess other cities are doing the same thing we're doing tonight, right?
Yes, it's weighted based on what your percentage of the value of the property is in the county. So
Okay.
we represent 6% property value, so that's how the votes are.
So there's a chance that in Lancaster that they're putting all 6 of their votes into one person, and then in Cedar Hill they could be putting all 6 of theirs in one person, and so on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would be more in favor of putting all 6 into Cassandra, but movement. I guess we already have a motion and
There's
second.
a motion,
Well, there, And I guess I'm gonna call to order a little bit because I made the original motion and Mr. Pennebaker seconded it, so we should have a vote on it.
Okay, the original motion being 6 votes for Cassandra Phillips.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
Phillips.
the original motion was 6 votes to
That's
her.
all 6 votes be cast for Ms. Phillips.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'd like to make another comment because Mr. Coons made a good point. Lancaster, somebody off their school board was running, the mayor was running, somebody, I mean, they had like 3 representatives from Lancaster running.
Listen, I don't have any
in that
problem.
line, so.
I'm going to follow the majority on this because I want to make sure our vote counts and it's effective for whichever individuals we choose to put out there. So the motion right now is to place our votes for Cassandra Phillips, and we have a second on that. Is that correct? Okay, any further discussion on that? Then please vote. All right, settled. Thank you all for helping me through that. Okay, we're on item 8D, consider resolution acknowledging receipt of documentation from and commitment from KKMD Investments, LLC. Mr. Barrera.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council, City Attorney, City Secretary. This evening, what we have is a property that's been owned by the city and been owned by the city for several years. That over the course of those years, the city's been wanting to bring back into productive use. Over the course of the last several months, we have had numerous conversations with a developer that has expressed interest in the site, has experience with hotel developments, has a proven track record. Earlier this evening, I provided you with some additional information that had not been previously provided for this development. At this point in time, I'm seeking some direction if you would like me to go through the same presentation that I did earlier this evening, or for that matter, just open the floor up. We do have the managing partner of KKMD Investments LLC here available to answer any questions that you may have regarding experience, timeline, et cetera.
Okay, Council, we were updated. I'm going to wait for Ms. Gooden to come back before we make a decision, but, okay. Council, do you feel the need to have the presentation repeated since we've already had it? Everybody good with the presentation that we received prior to coming out here? Sorry? Okay. Okay, that makes good sense. All right. Agree?
And I'm in agreement with that.
Okay.
I think it should go to the public.
All right. Floor is yours.
Then we'll go with the presentation. Thank you. So Ed, we have the Toyota property, 730 East Highway 20. The property is approximately 4.69 acres. Again, this is the property that the city has been actively working on to bring back into productive use. Here we have the zoning classification for the property as being general office retail district. This property is within the TIF district. This TIF district is set to expire in 2036. We're looking at right now for phase 1 development, an initial investment of $20 to $25 million that will hopefully create additional investment and be a catalyst to more to come for the properties within this district. Some of the key terms of the purchase sale agreement. So the purchase price is $1 million, $20,000. Thus far, we've received $25,000 in earnest money. And we've also been provided an additional $10,000 as part of the 30-day extension period. We are now at a point where the inspection period is over and is now completed. Pursuant to the terms of the agreement, the closing will be set for 30 days after City Council approval. But the primary condition here with this agreement is that there needs to be commitment from a national branded hotel consistent with the submitted plans. What you have here are the items that are required to be provided post-inspection. They include a development plan for a branded hotel, confirmation from a hotel brand flag and operator commitments, a conceptual site plan with building elevations and access points, construction timeline, and financial feasibility documentation, which those documents have been provided previously for you to review. And then here we have a conceptual site plan for the site, also conceptual landscaping, and the proposed building elevations. Along with that, we have a series of deed restrictions that have been incorporated into the purchase sale agreement. These deed restrictions can be found on page 4 and 5 of the executed purchase sale agreement that was approved back in February. When we talk about projected revenue and what this project means and signifies for the city and also for the TIF district, right now we're looking at a projected hot funds of $280,000. This is based off a sales volume of $4 million. We're also estimating the annual property tax revenue to be approximately $356,000. This is based off of a $20 million assessment or completion of the project moving forward. I mentioned earlier about the importance and the desire of bringing this property back into productive use, and the conversations that we've had about this property and the vision that we've had. This is an opportunity, again, to bring revenue to the city, but it also creates jobs. As mentioned earlier, through this investment, $20 to $25 million investment, this could serve as a catalyst, and this is talking about only an investment of in the initial phase, with a second phase with a potential investment of another 20 to 25 million just on this site, and that's not including any other investment, any other projects that may spur as a result of this type of investment with surrounding properties. This proposal that you have in front of you aligns with the city's economic development goals and objectives. And at this point in time, staff's recommendation is to approve the resolution that you have in your packet that acknowledges receipt of the documents laid out in the purchase sale agreement at the conclusion of the inspection period, and acceptance of the developer's commitment to proceed with the development as laid out, and additionally authorize through this resolution the city manager to take all necessary actions to complete the sale of this property. And again, I have Daisy Patel, the managing partner, that is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Excuse me, council questions? Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one question. As far as with the deed restrictions, and there's a list of prohibited uses, and one use on there that I would like to see added to this list is sundry, retail sundry. And so I'd want to know if y'all would be open to including that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Keep this page up. Mr. Attorney, could you speak to, just in case there's someone in the public that does not understand deed restrictions, could you speak to defining deed restrictions, and is there a sunset on any deed restrictions?
Well, any deed restriction is subject to the rule against perpetuities. That is a property law concept. It's called the rule against perpetuities. And it's usually 21 years plus life in being if they're executed, so it's a long time. So at some point in time, maybe 100 and some years from now, those restrictions couldn't go away. The reason for that is the law does not favor restrictions on the free transfer of property and property rights, and it stems from medieval England. Those deed restrictions in the law against perpetuities, which is a common law concept, so it would apply to this. There's also subject to some state law restrictions on the free exercise of property owners' rights, although it does not obviate our control over land by the use of the zoning ordinance. This property is still subject to the zoning ordinance. And what it means is that when we transfer the property, we will put the restrictions that are up on the screen on that property as the property owner, that the new property owner may not use that property for these purposes. And so it's a restriction that we enjoy, if you will, because of our ownership of the property.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. McBurnett?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Patel, thank you for being here. Would you talk about what hotel is being built and for us?
Absolutely, yes. So we are in contract
Could you use
with,
the microphone, please?
yes, absolutely. So we're in contract with Residence Inn by Marriott with 25 years of agreement. And we will be building Residence Inn by Marriott as a phase first. And for the remainder of the parcel, we haven't entertained any of the brands yet, but it is definitely going to be something competitive, Hilton's or another Marriott.
Would you also tell us how Residence Inn from Marriott, where it kind of falls in terms of the scales? Is it on the lower end or is it on the upper end?
It's upscale of the Marriott, that's for sure.
Thank you. Mr. Barrera, I have a quick question for you as well. You said it, I think it's on page 97, but it's you mentioned it meets the goals and objectives. Will you talk about those goals and objectives that are being met?
Yes, a good question. So the goals and objectives, we have identified several properties that are both city and EDC owned that we want to bring back into productive use, create revenue for the city, create jobs for the city, and stir other investment in the community. So this one, in my opinion, falls within that because we're talking about an initial investment of $20 to $25 million on a 4.6 acre property with the potential of another 20 to 25 million for phase 2, and bringing 25 to 30 jobs as part of phase 1 with potentially another 20 to 35. So I would think that's perfectly in line with what we've been trying to do and where we want to take the community.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, I have a question for you as
Yes,
well.
sir.
Ms. Patel has mentioned that they've got part of it planned on what they're going to do. It's definite that they're looking at doing a Marriott Residence Inn. The remainder of the property, we're not sure yet. Do we have anything to protect us in terms of, or do we have the ability to not allow them to sell that property off?
Are you saying could we have a reverter in the property that it would revert back to us if they don't build what they said they were going to build? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's possible. I don't know that it's called for in the contract, however. Because we do have a signed contract. The contract was approved and signed by the city manager, just so that council understands, by resolution 2025-422. And it was signed by Mr. Finch and signed by the managing member of the purchasing group is what I'm trying to say. So we have an agreement with them. There is no restriction. We do also have zoning authority over the property and will continue to have zoning authority, and it will require the property be rezoned and replatted. And you have the controls of the items that are up on the board, as well as phasing of that development and what can be built or not built there through site plan review for the remainder of this commercial development.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Hager, back to the question. I want to make sure I had it right, that currently under the contract that the previous city manager signed, there's not a stipulation that once we sell this property that it has to be this Marriott, is it a Residence Inn? Is that, yeah, is that what you're telling us, that that's not required in the contract?
No, it's not what I said.
Okay. well,
What I
then-
was saying is, it doesn't have a reverter clause in the contract or call for a reverter. If it's not built, if the hotel is not built, that it would revert back to the city. It's a reverter clause. The ownership would revert back.
That's in there?
No.
No, okay. And, okay, so we're, and it's too late to add that.
Let me look. It's been a while since I've looked at it. You need to ask me these questions ahead of time, Mayor, not during the meeting.
Find it?
Yes, if I may. So on page 2, section 3.1.2, there is language in there requiring the buyer to provide written commitment from Marriott for the construction of a residence inn or higher classification during the first phase of the construction.
Okay.
That's the
And that-
language.
And that's in the contract that,
It's in the
That's
purchase sale agreement again.
that's
It's
not
on page 2, and carries over to page 3.
now, is that document already been signed?
This is the executed document. It was included in your packet.
Okay.
That's not a deed restriction, nor is that the right of reverter. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. But we are provided protection in this document.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For phase 1.
For phase 1, okay. Well, phase 1 is a big one, right? All right. Yeah. So, Mr. McBurnett, does
There's
that-
an economic incentive for them to comply.
all right, all right. Well, enough said about that. Mr. Coons?
Is there a timeline, so after phase 1, is there a timeline, a certain period of time that is allowed before you plan on moving to phase 2?
I'm not used to this, so it's gonna be based on the performance, right? So, like say if we have 120 rooms of Marriott, and if we see like I would say ramp-up time is usually like 12 to 18 months. Meanwhile, we will have for sure reaching out to the brands and doing our due diligence to kind of, see the feasibility of the phase 2. Most likely, I would say 18 months to 24 months before we even consider for the phase 2. Yeah, we need to see our investments or return on investments, right, for phase 1.
And then, I guess, but city attorney, I guess, we as a city at that point, there won't be anything they'll be obligated to tell us about what's happening in phase 2 at that point, right?
They have
Gonna have to
zoning,
rezone
you'll have
it, I
zoning
think,
requirements and PD requirements. Or, I don't know if I understand what you're asking. I want to make sure I answer this correctly. So what is y'all's expectation?
You answer my question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I see no lights, so at this point,
Mayor, let me say one thing. The expectation is they were required to to show us concept plan for the entire development. Okay, they've done that. That ends the inspection period, and that means that the property's subject to being closed. So what you're doing tonight is passing the resolution that they have complied with the contract and shown you a concept for the entire site. That was the last remaining element to this economic development and sale transaction.
well, but to be clear, if this is approved right now, it also authorizes the acting city manager to sign the documents, signing the deal. correct?
Deal signed.
It's already signed.
Well, but
The
but the wording,
deed-
the wording in here.
I-
if you read
I
it-
think-
To execute the deed and to sign the closing.
It's actually the
statement.
closing documents, yes, like actually officially
closing
closing and making the
which means-
transaction.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
I know that you knew, but I want to make sure they know.
Well, that,
and the
and that's
people at
always the most
home
important thing, so thank
and
you.
all those other people.
Thank you for the clarification.
So Mayor, I'm gonna make the motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to.
And then
appro-
for the record, we need to add, at closing, the restriction of sundry retail.
Yes, that was my
Motion to
question.
approve, including sundry retail.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman McBurnett to approve the resolution with, would we call that an amendment?
We can.
Okay. And seconded by Councilman Pennebaker. No further discussion, please vote. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move on to item E. It's to conduct a public hearing regarding a proposed economic development incentive related to the redevelopment of the railroad flat property. Mr. Barrera.
Thank you. Good evening. It's me again. This is another, in part, another similar situation as what we discussed with the previous item, in that this is a property that's currently owned by the Economic Development Corporation. It's been vacant for quite some time, and there's been a desire to have development there that would be in line with what our goals and our objectives are for the downtown. It's my understanding that at one point there was an interested party that had gone through the lengths of putting together a series of development plans, and actually had taken it to the point of getting a planned development approval that regulates the development of the sites, provides very specific parameters for the construction of the units, the density, et cetera, that's now tied to the property. So we have, over the course of the last several months, have spoken to a number of different entities that have expressed an interest in the sites, but no one has taken it as far as this entity that you have before you, that has gone to the lengths of putting together a contract and taking this journey with us. Again, we have a buyer that is not new to the community, is actually now a partner in the community and a property owner, because he purchased property in town to pursue the development of 21 townhomes. We had originally met with him as he was during his due diligence period, and we were working through the site plan development, and we just had a conversation about their level of experience and their appetite to do other development, presented them with a series of other opportunities. This is one opportunity that we presented to them, and they liked and they saw the potential in what could be in the property, and how this could help with the downtown and help us with our efforts in redeveloping those corridors. So that said, we spent a significant amount of time of working through the terms of the purchase sale agreement with the DCDC, to the point that the purchase sale agreement was approved on October 27th of this year. The sale price is $445,000. There is approximately 36 units that are being proposed to be constructed. These are all owner occupied. And again, going back to the impact and the value of having this development, is that we have one, additional housing options. We accomplish what we'd be looking for is a walkability environment, and it also supports the local businesses. What we have for you for your consideration and comments is an economic incentive not to exceed $70,000. This is the way we've structured this is that it's a performance-based agreement, that we will not be providing any of these funds to the developer up front. The funds will be provided from the tax revenue generated from this property. Right now, based on my preliminary calculations, I estimate that we will get approximately $1,800 per unit, for a total revenue amount of approximately 360, but don't quote me on that. I'm just going off of recollection, but it's about $1,800 a unit. Actually, my math is incorrect. It's about $67,000 total for the 36 proposed units in city property tax. At this point in time, we have to conduct a hearing to consider this economic incentive, and really what we're looking for is consideration and approval of this incentive associated with the development of this property. This is the proposed site plan. This plan contemplates 41, I believe 42 units. That has changed as a result of the developer's knowledge and work through of our drainage requirements through his other property and other development in Candlelight, and so that unit count has now dropped to 36. These are the proposed building elevations for this site. And then these are some of the projects that the developer is working on or has been done in the DFW area. This is an example of a project that has been completed, and I provided you the address to just to show you that it's in the DFW area. And here's another completed project. This evening you have a representative from Pegaso, Daniel Lozano, that's here to answer any questions that you may have regarding his interest in the property, experience, et cetera. So I would ask him to come up to the podium and be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we need to open the public hearing?
Yes, I think we do need to open the public hearing.
Let me go ahead at this point in time, open the public hearing, and that will be at 8:34 p.m. that we open the public hearing. And normally at this point, I would ask that anyone here to speak in favor of the proposal, go ahead and speak. So, sir, you're up. Okay, so I've asked the question, if there's anyone here to speak in favor, I'd like you to go ahead and come up to the podium and speak in favor of the proposed project.
Yes. Yeah, please come to the podium.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Major, members of the council. Thank you for the time. My name is Daniel Lozano. I'm the managing partner of Pegaso Construction. We've been in business in Dallas, Fort Worth area for 14 years. We acquired a piece of land 6 months ago, six and a half months ago here in Duncanville. We always running diligence to find right pieces of land to develop the right product that the people needs in this market, right? And we've been doing this for 14 years, and we really like the city, and we read through the ordinance, and we believe that the city is open to collaborate. It's eager to bring more affordable housing to the area, and also drive younger generations to enjoy what Duncanville has to offer. So we already bought one piece of property, and in the process, I had the chance to meet with Mr. Barrera, and he talked me about this piece of land in Merrill, right in downtown. And we really like the idea. To be honest, at the beginning, I saw it just like another opportunity. I didn't fall in love because I thought it was about to be pretty complicated. I have experience working in Dallas, Denton, Irving, Copper Canyon, and sometimes this kind of opportunities never go to an end. And in this case, I'm pretty glad that I'm standing here just to have the chance to evaluate the possibility of putting together a product that I think and I believe, as you may know, we already commit to a land to do exactly the same in 1435 Candlelight Avenue. And we're about to start the process with the zoning and department to go through everything we need to go through. And I honestly believe that we can deliver a affordable, good quality product. That is what we do since 14 years ago. We're not a big developer. We consider ourselves a boutique developer, which is nothing further than just deliver the product that we aim in the price we really want to put it. So we're not talking about high-end materials. We're not talking about a extra improvement of the process of building. We just do the process of building the easiest and the most affordable way possible to deliver a product that the public and the community needs. And in this particular case, I believe that Duncanville will be happy to have this kind of product in that location. That will drive a lot of walkability, life, and attract younger people to come around and enjoy what the city has to offer. So this plan is just on the first stage. We just collaborate with Mr. Barrera to put together a feasible product for the city, for the end user, and for us. So I will encourage you to just take a look at it, and if I have something to collaborate extra with you, I'm more than happy. And my team has been in business in the U.S. for 14 years. As you can hear my accent, I'm from Mexico. I live here since 15 years ago. And my family business has been in business in Mexico for 36 years. So we've been doing this overseas, and hopefully we can still contribute to Duncanville City. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone to speak in favor of the proposal? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this proposal? Please approach.
Patricia Ebert, 115 South Greenstone. As the gentleman said, they've been in business for 14 years. They have many projects already completed or in the process of completing. They have in March of this year bought the Candlelight property to build the townhomes there, bought that property from a Duncanville homeowner. They have deep pockets. They have many, many companies. And I'm welcoming them to Duncanville, but they don't need an incentive. I'm asking them to reach into their pockets and donate to our cultural district. I'm looking for them to be a good neighbor in our city, because some of the businesses that they own, the gentleman mentioned one of them that is a company from Mexico. So they own not only Pegaso California Construction Corporation, but Pegaso Construction Group, Pegaso Holding LLC, Pegaso Holdings Group LLC, Pegaso Services LLC. That's the one that they merged with the 40-year-old company from Mexico. Copper Knoll Estates Homeowners Association, Copper Knoll Estates, that's a venture that they are selling luxury 1-acre lots, bring your own builder in Copper Canyon Town near Flower Mound. So I am excited to welcome them to Duncanville so they can make contributions to our cultural district.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience here to speak in opposition to the request? All right, seeing none, I'd seek a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion to close the public hearing at 8:41 by, close the public motion by Councilman Mac Burnett, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Gooden. Please vote. Okay, and we are closing the public hearing at 8:41 p.m. Yes, sir. Questions?
No, I'm here to provide any additional information, response to any questions. I was speaking to a few minutes ago to the buyer, and he shared with me that his targeted price points per unit is $330,000, and its expected completion timeline is 18 months for all the units.
Okay. Questions, Councilman Mac Burnett?
Thank you. Mr. Barrera, there was a picture in here, and it has the one existing building. Go back further. It has the one existing building, and it has the other buildings around it.
Oh.
Yeah. There we go.
What are we talking about?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this, and the first thing I think is scale. Okay, so could you comment on it, please?
The scale, well, you have a situation where the approved plan development for this site has the maximum number of units at 31. With this discovery of the drainage requirements, he's down to 36. And in that guiding document, it also lays out minimum square footage of units and maximum. So this is while the layout is different from the original proposed site plan.
Okay, so really what I'm asking, sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no,
but
I'm
really
sorry.
what I'm asking, I see an existing building that's there, okay? These buildings that are going in, what's the size of them? How big's the one that exists? How big are the ones going in?
The proposed size is 1,300 square feet of the new units.
Okay, how big's the one that exists?
The duplex, I don't know the square footage off the top of my head. I apologize about that.
So, right, so and this might be for our guest here, but are these 1-story or 2-story? 3-story?
Sorry, Mr. Burton. That's the proposal elevation that obviously can change, but the goal is to put a 3 stories with, as you can see in the other picture, with trying to accommodate a 2-car garage for each of the units. So it's a simple layout where you just walk in to the 2nd floor, you got an open space, and then the bedrooms on the third floor.
Just to get some perspective, what's the square footage of these buildings we're looking at right here?
That's
Individual unit?
That's 1,460.
I'm sorry?
1,460 square foot, that image.
Okay. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. As always, I have a number of thoughts. So let me start with apologizing to the applicant in advance. My thoughts, my comments have absolutely nothing as a reflection on you.
Correct.
Okay?
Right. Thank you.
All right. So, but before I start, I did hear something I want to ask a question about. You said no high-end products, just right for Duncanville. What does that mean?
I was referring to a price point. That if you take a look at what the market is offering right now in Duncanville area, it has to be in a range that the people can afford.
Okay.
So when I say high end, I'm trying to describe a luxury, high price product.
Okay, at a reasonable price.
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
My concerns, council, I would say starts with how this was brought about, how the lack of transparency in my eyes for this item. When it was in the hands of DCEDC and watching the meetings, I didn't see any public discussions about this item. Not sure if there were some proprietary reasons or what have you. But on the final night of discussion, that too was an executive session, and come out and make a vote. But before making that vote, a board member asked, are we not going to have any public discussions? With that, it was completely disregarded and moved towards a motion to make a vote on this item that had no public discussions. Now, it probably is allowed to do so, but I ask you, is that prudent? And does that lend itself towards transparency and trust in our community when we know that that is a high priority for this council? Also, when I looked through the packet tonight, it was continued to be referred to, now I'm still on transparency, it was continued to be referred to as railroad flats. At no point in time did we give any points by street or anything. It is only when I finally received a resolution a short time ago is there some type of boundary mentioned? East Center Street, North Merrill Avenue, East Cherry Street. Why is that an issue? That's an issue because everybody don't know this is Railroad Flats, and we're serving the public. The public has probably some people who don't know what Railroad Flats is referring to, and having some set boundaries to give some type of idea of the property in which we're talking about would be helpful. Also, to this item that we received just an hour ago, if you're wanting the council to make a well-informed decision, even though this is a public document, it would seem to me that this would be included in our packet, and it wasn't. Why is it important to have it included in our packet? Just a brief overview. It says maximum number of dwelling units, 31. This is proposing 36. This is an ordinance. We didn't have it in our packet to review ahead of time. And these are all just notes that I'm observing now. So let's discuss the incentive. The incentive, you said, or you mentioned $67,000 total. Is that correct?
Those are the projections.
Okay. We know that we have here in this city a revenue concern. And the main task given to the Director of Economic Development is to create more revenue for our city. With this revenue issue, I would think that in approving an incentive would somehow benefit this community. But the incentive we're asked to approve is $70,000. The property is only going to bring in $67,000, and we're giving $70,000 once we start receiving the tax. So it's like we're counterintuitive. We're getting in money just to turn around and put it right back out. Maybe I'm missing something. There could be some gap. If there is, once I'm done, please provide. So once the property starts to pay, in my head right now, I think of it as we're turning around, giving it right back out. The statement that was made in the staff report is extremely concerning for me. And it says, while the DCEDC may sell property it owns without city council approval. How that is so laced with impertinence, in my view. I don't understand how it went through all the approval process to be mentioned here. And when I pull up the bylaws of DCEDC, Section 6, implied duties, the corporation is authorized to do that which the board deems desirable, subject to city council approval. There was a question about trust, and either we trust people or we don't. This is not the first time we've had to have these type of conversations, and it continues to keep happening. And I'm more concerned with our citizens are asking for increased revenue, increased businesses, and it doesn't seem that we're ever getting to that point. And as an elected official who is elected to represent the people, I am no longer confident that we are headed in that direction with what we have at the table. Thank you.
See no other lights right now. Well, if you could bear with me, Mr. Coons. I've been advised that some of the concerns that I may have may not be may not be advisable for me to point out those concerns relative to what we're here to do tonight. But I will tell you that I feel that a lot of the information we got when this agenda came out did not give us a lot of time to really study what we were given. And I appreciate the fact that you brought some examples and I've identified locations. I wish I had those sooner, and that's not your fault, because I've mentioned before in these P&Z, these economic development presentations, that I'm a believer and that I want to see the products that have been produced by whoever is going to be producing them. And I didn't get these in time to be able to go visit locations and look at that. That's all I'll say about that, but that is a concern to me on making a decision tonight. Secondly, you mentioned, kind of catering what you're doing to fit the market here in Duncanville. I get that. That makes perfect sense. But with that comes, if we're looking at the picture that's on our screen right now, it comes with some value engineering to get to that price point. So what we see in this picture, which is absolutely gorgeous, I see it all over Dallas. I see it up in Saxie. I see this everywhere, this level. And there's no way for us to lock in right now, but we've been told that we'll have a time and place when we can discuss those details, that this is what we're going to get precisely. And so I'd love to get to that point where we can talk about it, because this looks like an outstanding product right here, and some of the other pictures that we were given tonight. And those are the first time I saw those pictures. So I need time. I need time. I don't need months. I need time to look and then to visit some of these locations. And that, to me, settled in my mind that we're on the same page. And short of changes that occur that you couldn't tell me what they are right now, and I wouldn't hazard a guess what they are, to meet the need here, the price range. I'll be interested when that finally rolls out, but that'll be months from now. And by then we'll probably have moved on, and you might very well have gotten favorable response from us in terms of moving ahead. But for right now, I have some questions that I've got to go and bear out myself before I want to make a decision tonight. Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I want to thank you for coming tonight. I really appreciate you coming and talking about your company and what kind of work that you do. And my understanding is you didn't get an opportunity to talk to the DC-EDC. It sounds like they made a decision without you being there. So appreciate you coming out here tonight to talk to us, as well as giving us some more examples of your work. Again, I think the point's been made that we're seeing a lot of things right now that we hadn't seen up until this very moment, and documentation about the property that we hadn't seen up until an hour and a half ago. And so it is. So this property is, I would say, one of 6 or 7 properties that are of utmost strategic value in the city of Duncanville. We were talking about the Toyota property earlier. Of course, the field house. We have Ben Franklin. So we have all these properties, and this one's critical for downtown because whatever happens with it will set a tone moving forward, right? And so this is why we're having this conversation right now. And so a lot of, again, as Ms. Gooden said, doesn't really have to do with you because we're just now meeting you and seeing your work. But as far as about our process, because we're being asked to put some money into something that we haven't had an opportunity really to review it. And so, a couple of questions, and I do want to follow up with Ms. Gooden's question with the city attorney as far as the staff report, which highlights the fact that the DC-EDC has full authority to sell DC-EDC-owned property. And does the council have any say in that whatsoever?
Depends on the property and depends on the timing. You may have pre-authorized it. You might have approved project ahead of time or at some other point in time, or the electors have approved a project. The act speaks about the corporation has the right to own property and to sell property. They're statutorily given that authority. Their articles of incorporation reflect that. and it's a separate legal entity apart. Now, it does have you have supervision over that entity as if you were shareholders. You appoint the board, you have control that way, and there is a bylaw provision that allows for as well as the statute that requires any project that was not voter approved has to receive the approval of the council. And that's what you have. The project in this case includes the sale of the land and an economic development grant. So in effect, you have approval authority over the sale, but you don't have separate authority just to approve a sale. One, if it's voter approved. When the sales tax was approved, it was used for the building of the field house. So if they retained ownership of the field house, that would be property that the corporation would own. To sell that, since it was voter authorized, you would not have authority. So it depends on the property. But this piece of property was acquired by the corporation as a result of restructuring the main station project, because the corporation is a limited partner. In 2013, we restructured that agreement with the general partner, whom euphemistically is referred to as Monty Anderson, but there's a corporation involved. And as part of the restructuring of that deal, we acquired the land, which is before you tonight, which is the subject of the project that you're asking to either approve or not approve. So they have the right to sell it, but you have a right not to approve the project. So in this particular case, it gives you some authority that you have the right to hold a public hearing, which is what you have tonight, and to approve or to vote on the approval of the project. There's no timing requirement. So tonight you could approve the project as presented, the sale of the property, and then the redevelopment. In this particular project, there's a zoning ordinance already in place. For him to build a project that's proposed to you tonight, they would have to obtain a change in the zoning to accommodate what the developer wants to do, or the economic development client, and that ordinance. So there's that step that has to go through. If the project's approved tonight, then there'll be an opportunity for the corporation to sign the contract with the developer to sell them the land. And then, of course, the incentive grant agreement that is the EDC's grant agreement, you will have approved, if it moves forward, for it to be a reimbursement grant. So that's what you are here to do tonight. The short answer is not all sales of property are subject to your approval, but all projects are. So that have not been voter approved or pre-authorized. So one of the things you could have done ahead of time, was to approve a project for this property at a different point in time, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and you could have transferred the property which you own to them for that purpose. So you've authorized that project. So if they were to go out and sell the land and give it to a developer, that would not come back to you because you've pre-authorized the project. So that's a long, that's the last time you'll ask an open-ended question to a lawyer. So, but what you do have tonight is the authority to approve this project because it's not been pre-authorized, and the sale is included in that approval. So if you don't approve the project, you don't approve the sale.
That's my first question.
Oh, he's got another one?
So with the purchase sale agreement, so again, a point that was made earlier, I don't see a legal description of the property in the purchase sale agreement. So again, maybe that's something that was overlooked, but you know, when it says, somewhere in the purchase sale agreement, it makes reference to Exhibit A for a description of the property, and then when you get down there, it just says Exhibit A. So that's missing, and I don't know if the DCEDC noticed that or not. And then when you look at the way that the property is, so there's 29 parcels on the property, and at least what I could see on DCAD, and correct me if I'm wrong, the assessed value of each one of those properties is $25,000 for 29 parcels. Does that sound accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And so somewhere around $800,000 when you add up all of those properties together, and we're selling it for almost half of that.
I had obtained a direction and authority from the Economic Development Corporation to obtain an appraisal for this property. So we wanted to verify. We obtained that. We got the appraised value at $420,000. In this case, the offer for the property is more than the appraised value.
Okay. That. Please do.
I hate these microphones. The variance is because the city owns it, so it's not really been reappraised from probably many, many years ago at a per lot development back in 2013. And now we own it, so no one's ever reappraised it. And so the property value's probably dropped since originally it was transferred.
So what was the appraised value you said again?
$420,000.
Okay. And we're selling it at $440,000.
$445,000.
Is there a market value associated with the property?
Yes, we work through that, but we also work through the cost of extending utilities to get the site ready and the cost involved with entitling the property to this specific development, because you have to, in some instances, unravel what's already been approved to have something that's conducive to what the developer is proposing. So in this instance, what you would have is more than likely a replat of the property and more than likely an amendment of the original plan development, which would require a series of public meetings and hearings. The way the purchase sale agreement is written is that the developer will not close on the property until the developer has obtained all necessary city approvals.
So the question was, what was the market value of the property?
Well, the market value going off of the appraisal of $420,000.
The assessed value is the same as the market value?
No, that's why we have the discrepancy, and that's why DCEDC felt that it was best to obtain an appraisal for the property.
That's all. I'll ask somebody, economics professor, about that later. It went over my head, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. So one thing I did notice in some documentation that we got is that, because one question I had was, how will the builder ensure that the units remain owner occupied? And it looks like in the PD that there's some requirements there that satisfies that. So I was pleased to see that.
Attorney, is that legally binding?
What?
That
Owner occupied?
that we can require that they remain owner occupied?
That's what's written in the ordinance, so it's at least presumptively, facially enforceable.
We go to court on it.
I didn't say it was.
No, I got you.
said
I got
it
you.
appears.
Just one or two more questions. Thank you. So, again, this property has been planned. I mean, it should be, in some way or another, include multifamily, some kind of residential development. This is what we want to see on the property. To me, to some people, that, you know, to me, that could be, okay, we're gonna go get some chicken. Well, you want Popeyes, you want Henderson's chicken, you want Church's. So to me, that could be a lot of different things. And so we have to get this right. and make sure that we have explored all different options and vetted all our different options. And if we're going to incentivize something, make sure it's something that's really going to work. And one thing that really troubles me is that this is my district, and I saw one slide on it in a quarterly report, and then I began to hear from residents that live directly across the street, and they said, why are y'all approving, why are y'all giving them? And they didn't have the numbers right. You know, they're saying $100,000 or whatever it was. I said, no, it's not 100,000. But people that live directly across the street were saying, why are y'all doing this? And letting them build an apartment complex. I said, apartment complex? It's not an apartment complex. But how would they know? There have been no public discussions on this. My understanding is that this is in some way or another a public asset, and the public doesn't know what's happening, people who live right across the street from it. And so, again, you know, the process doesn't have anything to do with the applicant himself. I'll read one thing and then I'll yield. But we received some recommendations about a year and a half or so ago from the MRB group for this very thing, what we're talking about right now, what we're doing right now, the disposition of properties. And we were given some recommendations on how we should do that. And I don't know who was here to hear that discussion. I know I was here, and I believe most of the council was here for that. And I definitely know Councilmember Pennebaker was here because he's always trying to get us to make sure that we follow these recommendations. But you know, in the recommendations, it says select properties for consideration, evaluate each property for highest and best use, and then publish a developer RFP. So did we issue an RFP for this project?
Not for this property.
Okay. So publish a developer RFP, so we decide what we want there. We decide on our vision. We decide if we want Popeyes or churches. And then we have someone put together an RFP for us, and it sounds like we might have somebody that can do that for us now. And then we go through the process of looking at the proposals, right? And let the developers come to us and say, hey, we see exactly what you want, and here's how we can help you get there. And then negotiate an agreement. And then the developer seeks land use approvals, buys property, and completes project, et cetera. But only after we've decided the highest and best use and then put out that RFP. This is a recommendation we got. And I remember when we got this recommendation, it wasn't a vote, but it seemed like the consensus from the council was that we should be following that recommendation instead of just waiting for somebody to show up at the door and say, hey, I want to buy a property. And then some of the details on that for trying to find the highest and best use, because again, highest and best use for one person might be different for another person. But the recommendation says that the important thing here is conveying the desired types of developments and what is not desired or not appropriate for the site. And then after that, then staff and the consultant, whoever that is, would create a draft RFP based on that concept. We don't have a concept. And I've been advocating for this for quite some time, that the council get together with the CEDC, get together with city staff, get together with the community, and we look at these properties and we workshop and we talk about exactly what we want to see. And then put that into the RFP and see what we get. And so we draft the RFP, and then at one point that was recommended that was put in there, he said critically, the DCEDC is not obligated to sell to the highest bidder. Instead, the RFP focuses on providing the maximum value overall to the city. This could be price, but it also could include jobs, wages, tax revenue, blight removal, community amenities, etc. And then it talks about, again, the DCEDC working with the council to accomplish this. And right now it feels like, because this isn't anything against the DCEDC, because we have great people on there, but it seems like for some reason we're working in silos. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing, and we're not being given an opportunity to come together and have these conversations. But we can't get this wrong. And frankly, if we had an opportunity to sit down and come up with a concept and exactly what we'd like to see. Based on what I've seen so far, I hope you would come back and say, hey, okay, I see what y'all want. I can do that, right? And so it's more about the process at this point, because we don't know exactly what we're getting and haven't had an opportunity to discuss what we want. So, you know, and Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to go on, but I want to, because Wheatland Plaza had been brought up, and that was not a city-owned property, but the process that we went through, we were almost obligated to have meetings with the EDC and the town halls and everything that took place. And we went through this whole process, and the community got involved, and we can see the results of that we're getting more or less what we were expecting. And I'm not sure what we're going to get at this point. We've got to go back and do some more work. So thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Cherry Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So sounds like you did your homework to when you talked about the younger people and affordable, because our median age is 37, and I know that younger people don't want a lot of property, a lot of land, I should say, and so I mean I know for a fact that these will sell fast, because I had some of these built a few years ago, and before I even had them start building, just from the blueprints, people bought them up. So I know that won't be a problem. Looking at our comp plan, where the location is, as far as us saying we want walkability, I think the location is a great location, because you're going to get a lot of people as we put businesses in that downtown area that will utilize that. As far as the incentive, that's a one-time thing, right? The $70,000?
Yes, this is a one-time thing, and that's in part due to the extraordinary costs with the site development. You have a situation where the site is a little below the sidewalk, and so there's a significant amount of fill that needs to take place in order to get it to the level of the sidewalk. When I spoke to Daniel, he shared with me that it's approximately $150,000 of fill to get it to the level of the sidewalk to then start going vertical on the construction. So this is a one-time, but again, this is on a reimbursement basis, and it's in line with the direction that the Economic Development Corporation wanted to do, was do away with upfronting money, have the developer perform, see their performance, and then reimburse them through the revenue generated from the property. In this instance, we're estimating that at 330, each unit is going to generate $1,800,000 in taxes. We're estimating that they're going to be $67,000 in taxes per year. So you multiply that by however many years these are in place. So yes, and that's just the first part of it. We're talking about this being in line in part with what the previous development. We're also talking about walkability, bringing this property back into productive use, and providing a new and different housing product. That was the key as part of the comprehensive plan. And we're not even talking about the sales tax.
Mayor, the public hearing's closed,
Yes.
so answer her question.
Okay.
Or
Thank you.
Might be here all night.
Okay, we've got more lights on, but I want to bring up another question, because we're talking about bringing in a lot of fill. I get that. That's a discussion for another time, so I don't get myself in trouble. But I also know that a lot of the plumbing infrastructure for the previous project 20 years ago was already put in place. So the soil has been disturbed. We don't know that soil. So are you prepared to do a geotechnical study?
Yeah.
Are you going to pull all that old plumbing up, or is it going to stay?
We know that there is something underneath there. We don't, we did do a research, and we know it's a different project than a regular one for us.
Yeah.
That's why we covered the numbers when we projected. So
Yeah,
we're aware of that.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Mr. Pennebaker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for coming up and bringing us something to look at. First of all, Mr. Koontz, Popeyes. Just to address the as part of the valuation of the property, as far as the parcels, the sum of the parts often is going to be much higher than the cumulative, and that's if we try to sell each individual part, we'd be able to get a lot more for it. So we are taking less because we're selling it as a whole. How was the 70,000 arrived at? Just curious.
The 70,000 was arrived at his projections and what he thought he needed to make the numbers work, selling them at 330, construction period, hard costs, soft costs, and that's why his ask came in at $70,000. We did a projection of revenues to figure out how much the property could generate and how much we could potentially reimburse through that new revenue generated from that property, and how much that would take in a reimbursement structure.
Gotcha. And that's basically a year tax is what your numbers are.
It would be, the way
roughly.
we have it structured is as soon as it comes in, we can start distributing, but again, it would be capped at $70,000 once the money, tax revenue comes in from the development. So if he doesn't build, there's no money coming in, there's no $70,000.
Right, gotcha, okay.
Again, performance based, and that was key, and that's been key to the Economic Development Corporation to have projects that are measurable, you have matrix, and you can have a more calculated metrics.
That's
yes.
fine.
You still have more? Okay, go ahead.
I saw something in here that you want it to be owner occupied. That's the plan. So how do you guarantee that?
I mean, the only thing that us, a developer, can do in that case is what we understand during the last 10, 15 years, that when we understand that statement is that we're not going to put it directly to rent. We're going to sell to end users. That's the only thing that we can do.
So would you be willing to accept a deed restriction in there to that effect?
Excuse me, could you repeat that?
Mr. Hager, I spoke with Mr. Hager about this possibility that under the HOA or the CCNRs, possibly we can do a deed restriction that would limit the number of rentals that could be rented out. That'd be enforced by the HOA, where you could limit it to 20%. Is that?
Yeah, generally there's some mix, because what you want to preclude is institutionalizing rentals. So he's kind of doing that. So if you at least had an owner-occupied restriction for no more than, or at 80% owner-occupied, for example, that might be enforceable. I will tell you all that our legislature is very opposed to these kind of restrictions, and I anticipate they will get worse before it gets better, because they think that to make housing more affordable and to make it more accessible, that these kind of restrictions are being eliminated by legislative action.
So it might work now, but 5 years from now it might not.
May not be enforceable.
Okay, but that'd be something you'd be open to doing at least.
Yes, sir.
While we're allowed to do it in Texas. I think that's all that I have, but I feel like we probably are leaning towards tabling this. I think we all probably would have liked to have seen this, had a chance to look at it longer, to review it and ask more questions, be a little more up to speed with maybe a briefing prior to having it put in front of us a week ago. So yeah, I don't have anything else at the moment, but I would like to make a motion to table until the next council meeting.
Well, let's we have a couple of more speakers,
Okay.
Including myself. So before you do that, since we hadn't seen these pictures, not just the one that's up there now, but the previous slides too, when were we provided with these slides, these pictures?
These slides, these pictures were provided and incorporated into the presentation this afternoon when it was brought to my attention that there was some concern about the level of experience the developer had and just the type
Okay.
of project that he had worked on in the DFW area.
All right, well, thank you for that. And so, sir, this is gonna be my last question. I don't want to see you go anywhere, because I think that what I've seen so far looks good, but there's a lot of pieces, as you can tell, that internally we're going to have to get resolved. These properties with the addresses on here, are these properties that you still own and manage, or have you sold them off?
No, Mr. Major, everything that we build is for sale.
Okay. So these
So
would just be examples of
it's-
things you built, and then whatever condition they're in today doesn't really have to do with your management. It could be
Correct.
somebody hadn't taken care of them. But that's okay, because I suspect in the areas that it looks like these are built in, that people maintain those properties. So thank you for that. Mr. Koontz, you still had your light on. You turned it back on. Uh-oh. Well, hang on one second. Let me check with Mr. Veracruz. You're good? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Koontz.
Thank you, Mayor. And we're not voting, the motion was made to table, but at this point, again, which has nothing to do with the applicant, that we've failed in our process to do this right. We haven't had a discussion about what we see there. At some point, there was some conversation about a cottage court type development, and some people said, well, we'll never get that. But that was a conversation that was had, and that's something that fits with the vision for what goes there, and that's vastly different from what we're seeing now, and could be vastly different from other projects that could meet the zoning requirements. And I want us to notice here on Cable Drive, look at all the properties around it, because we also have to think about how, again, does it fit, and this is in our comprehensive plan, does it fit the character of the surrounding neighborhoods? That complex, look at all the other complexes around it, 2 and 3 stories, all around it. If anybody ever been on Center Street, those are small, mostly 1-story houses. Okay, we do have Main Station across the street, but on Merrill and Hastings, those are small 1-story houses. A lot different from what you see surrounding this property. From what I've seen, I believe that this builder probably could bring us something that could fit the character of the neighborhood, but this doesn't. And you know, we can't get this wrong. And once again, we have to give the public an opportunity to weigh in. And we've got some very good recommendations on the process, on how we ought to do this. And we've been talking about, we're talking about the economics of it and whether or not we're going to give this incentive. But all of us know, even though we can't talk about it, but all of us know that there's also quality of construction, there's also design, there's also concept, that if the quality of the construction fails or is not there, the economics will fail. And if it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood and the design and the concept isn't right, the economics will fail. So if we're just looking at the dollar signs, then sure, it looks like it's going to work. That's what's being presented to us, but there are other factors involved. And so I'm saying we need to go back, not table it, but go back and go back to the drawing board, basically, and start talking about what exactly we want to see, not just on this property, but all the others that we own.
Okay, with that, no other lights on. We do have a motion. Mr. Pennebaker, you. Okay, so we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion to table this request by Councilman Pennebaker, and a second to that motion. So before we move on, Mr. Koontz, your light's back on?
I'd like to ask what's being proposed that we do between now and the next meeting.
Take time to ask questions, investigate some of the questions that we've had and been raised here. My biggest issue was I didn't get to look at this too long, and I didn't have a lot of information, and I'd like more time. So this is basically to give us more time to ask questions of the city staff. Some of the questions that we're all asking out here, we can go to staff individually and ask. Some of us can do our investigation on some of the other projects that have happened here and see what the history is on those. So, time.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to ask the city attorney a question.
Sure.
Sorry. City attorney, can we table this longer than the next meeting?
Yes.
And how long or how far? Or?
Well, if you pick a date tonight, then you have notice, unless you want another public hearing. Here's what statute says. The statute says prior to the time that the city or the EDC expends the funds for the project, there must be a public hearing and an approval by the council prior to the spending of the funds for the project. So there is no time limit between the time of the public hearing and the ultimate approval of the project time. So you've had the public hearing, you've done that part. So the approval process could be later because you've held the required one public hearing for a project.
Mr. McBurnett, are you looking to a date certain?
Not specifically looking to a date certain, just looking that we only have one meeting in December, and then you know, in fairness to.
If you were worried about transparency. Because you get accused of hiding it.
Yeah, January 6th is our first January meeting. And then, get my calendar out here. So January 6th, your first meeting of the month, and your second would be January 20th.
Mr.
Dr.
Pennebaker, it's your motion.
Well, I'll revise it, but I'll let the motion stand. But Mr. McBurnett, if you want to offer a amendment to it.
I'll offer January 20th, 2026.
We vote on the amendment.
The amendment needs a second. You can do, yes, you can.
All right.
So we're voting on an amended motion for Mr. Pennebaker to postpone till January 20th, 2026.
Correct. And for the benefit of the points that Mr. Kuntz made, that would also give us time to incorporate some, maybe some neighborhood, a workshop that we could include the public in to have a discussion about some of the items that you're concerned about, and that is how it fits in with the neighborhood and any other issues that you might have.
Well, what's being shown to us already doesn't fit. So if we're discussing what we're looking at right now, none of that's going to change. between now and January. So
Well, I think what you were looking for was to be able to get feedback. And we now have an extended period of time to which, if you so desire, we can have conversations where we can get some feedback. It can work parallel with the effort to move forward with the decision we're going to make, but not without an opportunity to talk to the public that you might be concerned about whether or not they would, because they haven't seen these pictures either. And it's entirely possible some of them could say, you know, I think that looks pretty good. Some may not. Some may say it's too tall or whatever it may be, but at least we have an opportunity. And all I'm trying to do is help facilitate a conversation, since we have extra time, to see whether or not people want to take a look at what we're looking at before we come back on the 20th. So that just, if we have time to think about that, if you want to incorporate that into some days that we may have available early in January before the 20th, it's just an option I'm throwing out there. We don't have to vote on that tonight. I just want to make sure that everybody's words are heard tonight and that we do get some feedback, but at the same time, out of respect to the gentleman that's put a lot of time into preparing this, we want to be reasonable about revisiting this issue January 20th to see what we want to do. So, Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. I mentioned, and Councilmember Kuntz mentioned process and how we do our business. And Interim City Manager, I would ask that we return back to staff and truly listen to what was said tonight, the concerns that were brought up, and possibly take a look at our processes and procedures. Are there any standard operating procedures on how we go about providing council necessary documents to make a well-informed decision? The wording that we use in our staff report, and any of the other things that were mentioned tonight. Based off of this, I was completely ready to deny. I don't know. I'm always going to vote in favor of the citizens having more time to review and hearing from District 3. But based on what I have before me tonight, it was completely a no when I reviewed this packet. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table till council meeting on January 20th, 2026. If there's no further comments, please vote. Okay, motion passes.
Technically, you just amended the motion, so now you got to vote again. He has a motion. He made a motion to amend his motion. That got a second, so his motion is now on the table. So you have to vote again. The first time you voted was because there was one date, which was the 16th of December. That's his original motion. You just voted to amend that motion.
Okay.
So now you have to vote on the amended motion.
For the benefit of all of us, Mr. Pennebaker, could you repeat your motion?
It's as amended
We've,
now.
yeah, the motion is as amended is to table until January the 20th.
January
2026.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do I have a second for the amended motion? I have a second. I have a motion by Councilman Pennebaker, a second by Councilwoman Cherry Brown.
Vote.
Okay, and we have a comment from Mr. Kuntz.
I wanted to ask the applicant, and maybe, I don't know if this is okay or not, but so between now and the end of January, as we're having further discussion, hopefully some of that discussion includes what we would like to see on the property. And hopefully that includes public input as well, but if the applicant could participate in any of that. And as far when we're talking about what exactly we would like to see there, and if it doesn't fit what they were going to do, if he would be interested in making any modifications to his proposed project.
Yeah, that'd be inappropriate, because this is a motion to continue, not a motion to
Okay, no.
strike a
All right.
compromise.
So we would be discussing
But I
this
think-
right here
Yeah, well,
next in January.
not necessarily, but you cannot tell him that and vote on the motion to continue. So what you're continuing is the project as is. What you just
All right, thank you.
stated is your position, that your vote is gonna, in my opinion, viewing your comments, unless there is something different that's brought to the table for this project, Mr. Kuntz's concurrence with this project will not be forthcoming. And that's okay. But we can do the other things, assuming that the developer wants Mr. Kuntz's and maybe even Ms. Gooden's approval, that they would do those things. And Mr. Abernathy and Mr. Rauscher are who work for you, and I assume that we would try to make all that stuff happen to
So, sir,
try to.
outside of the amended motion we just made, you get the message that Mr. Kuntz is putting out there about your willingness to participate in any meetings between now and then with any groups that might want to give some comments and feedback about the project out there?
I give up.
Okay, all right, that's all we needed. All right, so we got a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to item 8F. Consider resolution approving a mural at 1944 South Main Street.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I'm here to talk about a proposed mural for 1944 South Main Street, which is a Texaco station. The story of this mural began with the Arts Grants Program. Kayla McGuire was one of the first grant recipients. The Arts Commission recommended approving Mr. McGuire's grant request, and on August 19th, you awarded him $3,000 for a proposed mural. As you can see, some changes were made to the mural. Oops, going back to the history. As you can see, some changes were made to the mural ordinance. Now murals are reviewed by the Arts Commission, and then they come to you. After you approve them, then the permit is released for them. Mr. McGuire has submitted an application for a mural. It has been reviewed by the Arts Commission. They loved it. Of the people who are attending, of the commissioners who are attending, it was unanimously 8-0 vote to recommend approval of this. And here is the mural. One of the things that they did ask for originally in the grant request was for a QR code to be incorporated into the mural that actually directs and promotes tourism, promotes the local hotels. And I myself have created a page on the website of places to stay that links to local hotels, and that's what that QR code that he's going to incorporate into the mural is. And any questions? The mural is 7 feet wide by 6 feet tall, and the other QR code goes to his portfolio. That is it.
That's it, okay.
I just got to stay on the mural so you can get a good look at it.
All right. Okay, so this is a resolution for the council to consider approving based on the, well, not the content, because the content's been approved by the Keep Duncanville Beautiful Board. Is that correct?
Yeah, this process has switched to Arts Commission.
Okay.
So it is no longer Keep Duncanville Beautiful. It starts with a permit application, then it goes to Arts Commission, then comes to you.
It's been approved? Okay. All right, so Councilman Pennebaker.
I guess I'm gonna move to consider passing the resolution,
Okay.
or move to pass the resolution, yes.
All right, well, let's hold that motion and hear from Mr. Kuntz.
Thank you, Mayor. With the QR code, would it be possible to link also to some information about the artist and then about the project itself, or is that already included?
The one that I have the asterisk by is going to the places to stay. The other one goes to his portfolio to promote him.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a second to Mr. Pennebaker?
Second.
Motion. Okay, I have a second from Councilman McBurnett. So any further comments or discussion? If not, please vote. All right. That was the quickest presentation, I think, in many months. Thank you.
And again, still, Alex Hamby, Communications and Marketing for the City of Duncanville, up here serving as the liaison to the Arts Commission. I am now here with the second Arts Grants recommendations.
Item 8G.
The city accepted new grant applications from September 1st to September 30th. The Arts Commission held a special meeting on October 10th to review the 9 applications that were submitted during that time. They made their determinations based on HOT rules and their funding policy as it's currently written. 5 of those applicants were present for your last meeting, and 6 had submitted a video for you to see. The total amount originally requested was $56,000 across 9 applications. Again, the commission reviewed each, and by the end of that special meeting, we're recommending to council to fund 4 of the applications for a total of $12,000. The available budget is $95,000. There would be $83,000 remaining budgeted after this. And I'm available for any questions. So I do want to make sure I point out one thing. I did share the Arts Commission's minutes in your packet, and for Canvas and Creativity, I had put a typo in, and the vote count was off. So I had originally put 612, and it's actually 522.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilman McBurnett. Second by Councilwoman Cherry Brown. Mr. Pennebaker, you have a question or comment?
Just a quick question. Was the Canvas and Creativity, was that the Shayla Bistro, or?
That is Art Mural. Art Mural is Shayla.
Okay, that's number 2.
Yes, sir.
Got it, okay. Just a comment, I saw who the artist was, Daniel Yanez, and he's incredible. He does a lot of work in Oak Cliff, and I would look into him and see some of the stuff that he's done. So I'm pretty excited that he's part of this grant. That is all.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you.
I'd like to thank you for that, and also to let you know that the Arts Commission is reviewing the arts grant policy. This process has taught them a lot, so we'll be bringing that back to you soon.
All right. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8H. I know we're yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Our first item we have for Hot Funds is the 75th Annual Sandra Meadows Classic. And you all should have received in your packet a executive summary and a funding recommendation. And so I'd like to call out that on the initial page there, the ask was for $90,000, and that is about 75% of the project overall budget. So the recommended funding amount is $75,000. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Rutherford and also Mike Crowley. Hopefully I got your name right, sir. To talk about this application. And so I do anticipate that there's the possibility that they would want to request more funds on this application. And I did communicate to them they're certainly welcome to do that. So part of what I want to call out before I ask them to come up to the podium or open it up for questions is there were 2 items that we excluded. Part of that was some operating costs for income to or payment for services for independent contractors, and then also for trophies. The other part that I want to also bring to the forefront is even though we aren't, my recommendation or our recommendation is not to fund the amount in its totality or with the original request. We did have some really good conversation about how we might partner with them and some other applicants that have applied for hot funds and how there is some crossover in things that they want to do. And so there's an opportunity for us to support them, Mr. Rutherford and his team, on how we might strategize with them on how they could market and get sponsorships and do other things. And so as I communicated in one of our first reviews, the goal is not to exclude people, but to build more partnerships and find other ways to provide this funding. The last thing that I'll add here is we do recognize that the Sandra Meadows Classic is a long-standing event, so 75 years, right? And so when I think about, we've heard a lot over the last couple of weeks and even tonight, the comprehensive plan came up as well. And we think about budget, money, being prudent, good stewards. For an event that runs this long, and I did talk with the team, the Duncanville Lions Club team about this, is that what we'd like to do is help you understand how an event that's running this long, what is happening elsewhere that there's other funding or that we're planning year after year to have some money banked, right? Because Hot Funds is not designed to fund the entire event, right? It's meant to be kind of to bridge the gap. It should be a supplement, not something that, from our position, what I shared with them is it should be a supplement to what you already have. And so what happens is we're accountable to a budget, and what I explained to them as well is when we just fund just based on the request and don't look at other things, we limit other applicants and their ability to come to the table and get funds. With that, I'll say we also want to kind of spread it about. And so you all know that we recently made a change over from ED over to city administration. And while we're still formulating and putting that all together, we want to see a lot of different things and other things come to the table as well. So I know that they're here and they certainly have the opportunity to come up. I want to open it up for questions as well. But again, I do want to reiterate again that the goal is not to exclude or to, to single any specific applicant out, but I think there's an opportunity for us to partner with them and offer them some other strategies about how they might fund this event and be sustainable going forward.
My first question would be, did any of them invite you to the pancake breakfast?
Actually, they did not invite me to the pancake breakfast. However, I will say we had a really great meeting. I was not aware that they were doing so many things in the community. And part of that also, we talked about ways that the city administration or the staff could be a part of some volunteer activity to partner with them and do some work. They also actually asked me to come and sell tickets at this next event. And so I agreed to do that. I'll stand up as part of the city. So I'm willing to do that. But yeah, I wasn't invited to the pancake breakfast, but I just might be there.
Mr. Rutherford, do you want to come up and say anything? Speech?
I will make a comment about the pancake breakfast. So, Ms. Deal, if you are in our meetings, I've announced it the last 2 times. We have a pancake breakfast. So the invitation has been extended, not directly from Mr. Rutherford, but I have done that.
That's okay. I'll invest.
Well, I can tell you that he was talking about the cookers for the pancake breakfast. Mm-hmm. And I am not one of the cookers because I have too much hair. So, good evening, Mayor and council members and city manager. And I was going to say hi to Bob again, but he's not here. So, thank you for considering the grant request tonight for helping us put on the 75th annual Sandra Meadows Classic. And I'm Steve Rutherford. I'm the treasurer of the Lions Club. Normally, who's up here is Steve Martin. He's the longtime director of the tournament, but as most of you probably know, he's had some health issues, and he's currently in a rehab facility just trying to get better. So one of the key objectives of the Lions Club is to try to improve the community through local projects that we do, and one of these is the basketball tournament, and our motto is "We Serve." We annually put some of the profit from the tournament back into several of the entities in the city. Some of these are the Duncanville Outreach Center, the Property Improvement Program. Some of you probably recognize that as PIP. Actually, some of you have worked on that PIP. I see some people up there. Sleep in Heavenly Peace, that's a new thing this year that we are kind of sponsoring or we're funding a little bit of money and manpower. That's an entity that builds beds and puts them in houses and apartments for families that don't have beds for their kids. So if you just think about that, I mean, kids in Duncanville don't have beds. We also help fund the Texas Lions Camp in Kerrville for disabled kids, and we also assist in eye clinics here in the local schools. And this year, we're really excited about the tournament. We've got 32 teams. 17 of those teams will be traveling to Duncanville to stay in hotels, eat in the restaurants. In addition to the teams that are staying in the restaurants, they bring in parents and fans. We've also got sometimes upwards of 100 coaches, 100 scouts that come in, college scouts, to come in and watch the girls and stuff like that, and they spend money in the restaurants, some of which they stay in hotels. We're not sure how many people there are. But this year, we're looking to have a 15% increase in the number of hotel rooms that are rented by the teams. And then next year, we're expecting a really big increase in the hotel rooms because the if everybody's heard of the UIL, they restrict the travel on some of the teams in Texas. So last year, in the last year's tournament, the teams could not travel on Christmas Day, which was the day before the tournament. This year, they can't travel on Sunday, which is the day before the tournament starts. And next year, I think we're anticipating starting the tournament on a Tuesday, so we'll get an extra day of hotels for some teams. So we're also very appreciative of the school district as they provide the gyms and some other services. And we'd also like to thank Angel for kind of bringing us up to date on what's going on and offering us some suggestions. And she did offer to sell tickets. So that's all I've got. Has anybody got any questions that I could answer?
Do you want to introduce the rest of your team back there?
Yeah, I would. Got Mike Kreutzberg. He's a former principal at the high school, and Steve Davis. He's in charge of the pancake breakfast, so he's probably got tickets too.
A good deal. And I might remind everyone, you're a former councilman from...
I am. I'm a former... Hey, Bob, how are you doing?
I'm terrific.
You're what?
I'm terrific.
Oh, okay, good. No, I used to sit where Don sits.
Yeah. Well,
I enjoy
thank you
this
for
side.
that. Thank you for that. Okay, any questions? Ms. Cherry Brown?
I'm just trying to understand. I'm looking at this. So we approved 90, and are we saying 100, raise it to 124? Is that what I'm?
No.
Let's go ahead.
I'm confused. That's why I said I'm trying to.
Go from 90
So
to 75.
based on the application that they submitted, their total projected cost for the entire project is $124,900. Their request was $90,000, and my recommendation was that we fund it at $75,000.
Okay.
Apologize for that confusion.
Okay, and I'll let you know, we're
You
good.
explained that. I just kind of got confused. As I was.
We're good with the 75. So
No questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll talk to you about next year, though.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion to approve the request for $75,000 by Councilman Pennebaker, second by Mr. Joe Veracruz. Please vote. All right, thank you. Thank you all.
I may have some with me. I don't have any with me.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
It's not like I'm that far from you.
That's true. I'll bring them back.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 8I. Consider resolution to approve a hotel occupancy tax fund grant for the 2026 fiscal year budget to the Texas Association of Basketball Coaches.
So good evening again. I do have Mr. Johnny Carter here as part of he's the executive director for Texas Association of Basketball Coaches. And I do want to call out that I asked Mr. Carter to provide us with some additional information, and we could have tabled him or pushed him out to a later date, but he is with us tonight from Sugar Land, and so I wanted to do the best that I could to get him on the agenda as soon as possible. So you all did receive on today, this evening, an update, and there's some highlights, the change in the final recommendation amount. So I wanted to just make sure that I call that out. All right. So a little bit of just context around TABC, or Texas Association of Basketball Coaches. Originally, when I reviewed Mr. Carter's application, I felt like there was a discrepancy in the history of the event, but what I later learned is that they had some history at the field house, and as a result of not having the best HVAC system, they decided to take their event elsewhere. And so we'd like to welcome Mr. Carter and the TABC back to Duncanville now that we have that, what we call good air. So his original request was $60,000, and I did have a chance to talk with Mr. Carter and explain to him that what he wanted to be able to do was offer $30,000 in scholarships, so $1,000 per athlete. And so unfortunately, that is not covered, not one of the eligible uses for hot funds. And he was not aware, so no fault of his, a little bit newer to this part of the process. So we did remove that item. However, what we added was the hotel rooms that he did confirm booking for us last week. So the funding amount did go up to $29,500, and I do also see there now, even without my glasses, that there's an extra zero. So, Chiquita, I'll make sure we're good. So, Mr. Carter, if you would like to come up front and share with or answer any questions.
Good evening.
Hello.
And as she said, I'm Johnny Carter. I'm the executive director of TABC, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. We've been coming to Duncanville now for 5 years, but I've been coming all my life playing basketball. And all of our teams, they look forward to coming to Duncanville because Duncanville teams have beat a lot of our teams a lot of times. So that's one of the things that we always think about coming. But I think our association, we have 5,000 members right around there. And what we do, we promote basketball in the state and for the state of Texas, in Texas high schools, and in Texas colleges. And one of the things that we really are into is helping our student athletes get a chance to get college scholarships. The opportunities that they have is what we try to ensure. And what we do with our showcase, we have a boys and a girls. The boys showcase last year was held in Duncanville and surrounding areas. And we had 522 teams this past summer. And it's a scholastic event, and that means that in Texas, our high school coaches can coach in this event only in the summer. So that sets our showcase apart from many of the other things that happen around the country. We're considered the premier boys showcase in the nation, scholastic showcase. And we're very excited about that. We really work hard to do it right. And like I say, we've been coming to Duncanville. Duncanville has always made us feel at home. This is our 6th year coming up. 4 of those years have been at Duncanville. 1 year we had to leave because of some problems with the floor and the air conditioner. But we came back as soon as we got a chance. So we're excited of being in Duncanville, and we hope everything goes as well.
Thank you.
I'll answer any questions.
Council, have any questions for the gentleman? Like you covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, may I say one other thing?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Deal has been extremely helpful, professional, and courteous. And I just wanted to tell her in front of you all, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that as well. Okay, council.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to
Right,
approve by,
I just wanted clarification to make sure the recommendation was for 29.5.
Yes. Yes, sir. I do want to acknowledge the typo. So the resolution does actually say $29,500.
I'll second Mr. Pennebaker's motion.
and then, thank you for pointing that out, council member. Okay, so we have a motion from council member Pennebaker and a second by Councilman McBurnett to approve the amount of $29,500. Please vote. All right, thank you. We're getting there. Okay, item 8J. Consider a resolution approving a hotel occupancy tax fund grant for the 2026 fiscal year budget to the Great American Shootout.
Right, so we have Sam Lowe and Blue from the Great American Shootout, also known as GASO. And similar to Mr. Carter and the TABC, GASO actually has a standing relationship with us and the Duncanville Fieldhouse as well. So the project projected cost is well over $200,000, and what Sam and his team have requested is $75,000. We are recommending that we fund it at that full amount. There were some other items in your packet that you probably saw that gave similar history, like the Sandra Meadows Classic, so like the Lions Club. And then also they provided some projections for us as well. And so if I just may add that one of the things that we'd like to do, and we talked about with Lions Club, is I want to be able to help them set them up so that they can prepare a package and kind of put it together year over year the same way that GASO has done. They do a really good job of itemizing those expenses. So I'm going to let Sam or Blue, if you have any questions, or if you want to share any information about GASO.
I'll share some information real quick. Sam Lowe, Blue Zertucci. She didn't try to say Zertucci. We've been in Duncanville since 2010, basically the year that Duncanville Fieldhouse went from ice hockey to basketball. I grew up in Duncanville, lived here 31 years, graduated from Duncanville High School, played basketball here. So as soon as it changed, I made the phone call to Coach McNeely. We called the Fieldhouse. We moved an event here in 2010. It was one event. Now we're here 10 weekends. We're adding a junior college national event next year, which will bring in junior colleges from all over the country. So as Coach Carter was talking about, he's a scholastic event. We're a club event, but essentially we do the same thing in that we get kids in front of college coaches and hopefully help them on their path to college. So that's kind of our goal, purpose, and how we run our business. So we've been here a while. We continue to stay here, and we had 979 teams last year, and nearly 400 of them were traveling in and needed places to stay. So we think we do a good job filling up hotels.
Questions, council? McBurnett.
Thank you. Mr. Law, I want to thank you again. And it's really for all the different basketball tournaments, making it's a showcase place. It brings people into Duncanville. Duncanville's known for providing the best platform and talent in here. And it's in terms of sports tourism, it's one of the biggest draws that we have. So anyway, just not delay, make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve the request. Do I have a second? Second from Councilwoman Cherry Brown. No further questions. Please vote. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Dial, I want to thank you again for the way you're managing all of these requests and crossing all your T's and dotting your I's, and then working with people when sometimes we can't give them the full amount. I appreciate you reaching out and finding other ways, or at least attempting to do that. It's refreshing, and it makes us, I'm sure, all of us, feel better about what we're approving, because we're not in the vetting part of this. And you've done a really remarkable job. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a saying in the office, champions do that.
That's a good one. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move on to final order of business. Staff and board reports, item 9. First one up, holiday lights in the park run-through. Devin?
Hello, everybody. All right, so we're going to talk really quickly about holiday lights, which is coming up. So Merry Christmas. So parade starts at 6:30. Then we will have our tree lighting and drone show. We are requesting registration, but we are not requiring wristbands. So this is parade route, same as what we normally do. It is a little different when it comes to the check-in and drop-off. So the check-in and drop-off is going to be at the intermediate school, not Central Elementary. We spoke to the Duncanville ISD today, and Central Elementary is under some construction, so that parking lot will not be available. So we're just sliding it over to pretty much Old Panther Field and then the intermediate school. So that's the one little adjustment, but we had to make that today. So that did not make it into the slides, but it is online. Alex and Francisco, we have put together a link on the website, which has all the parade route information that's up for the public to see. So that is the updated map and the route and times. So online, it is correct. Street closures, so Freeman Street will start closing it at 5 p.m. The remaining streets will close at 5:30, and then Wheatland and Main will be closed by 6:15, so that way we can start the parade at 6:30. Traffic plan, same as normal. Freeman Street will remain open for through traffic, the northbound lane, and then the eastbound lane on Wheatland will remain open for through traffic. The parade, we will have the decorated cars from Freedom, similar to what we did last year. And they'll be decorated with the garland and the wreaths like they were. And then you will have drivers as council and DCDC members. Will have drivers, and then you can toss candy along the route. There will be the dedicated city council and DCDC parking where it normally is. And then I will be providing y'all as city council with a run of show, just like normal, kind of leading up a little bit closer to the event. So here is a map for this event. We will have our trackless train, our petting zoo, the game truck and Nerf that will be there. The Arts Commission will have their letters to Santa set up. We will also have the tree and Santa, just like we normally do. Some performers, we have our local performers. So we'll have William Addison, who is a teacher at Village Tech. We will have some performances from the Village Tech Theater. Central Elementary School choir will be performing. Duncanville ISD Spanish Club, and as well as the Central Elementary Folklorico Group reached out to me today, and they want to be a performer in the event as well. So I'm going to work them into the run of show. Local business engagement. So we are still accepting vendor market applications through November 26th. Parade applications will be accepted through the 28th. We did change that to the Friday. Food truck vendors, that is closed. We closed that on November 7th. We do have a registration code for Duncanville businesses. A total of 12 local businesses are registered for the vendor market so far, and six Best Southwest cities businesses are registered. So local promotion, just like we normally do, the kiosks and TVs in City Hall, posters given out to local businesses, local news and magazines, Southwest Now, The Rambler, social media, and then so we are going to do, starting with this event, Francisco had this incredible idea to do kind of like a live show where we broadcast and go live a few times during the day of the event. And so we're going to be set up, we're going to have a stage, and we'll be kind of going live and just like a newscast, and just, you know, here live in Duncanville at Armstrong Park, we have this and this and this going on, the setup of the event leading up to the tree lighting and the drone show and all of that. So we're really excited about it and to see if we can kind of get it and have it flow. And then if that's something that's successful, to do it at the other events as well. So our event activities, photo ops, the video game truck, the drone show, the tree lighting, petting zoo, the Arts Commission area, which again will be letters to Santa, face painter, trackless train, our mobile food vendors, and the marketplace. And then we're trying to add in some more stuff as well. So last year our peak attendance, it's not on there, but I do know it, and it was our peak attendance at one time was 3.7 thousand. As a reminder, it was a little chilly and it was a little drizzly. However, our total of different people that attended was 5.1 thousand. So the 3.7 is just who was at the park at the same time. But all in all, our total was 5.1. So we do have our event survey, just like we do with our other events, to get feedback from the community. It will go live on the event. It will be up on our columns. It will be up on our social media and everything, so people can use that QR code and give us some feedback for the events. Any questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear that elected officials will be riding in enclosed vehicles with heaters.
Yes, sir.
No golf carts.
No golf carts for this one.
Okay.
You have
We're so
cars.
special. Thank you.
From Freedom.
Courtesy of
Freedom.
Freedom Chevrolet.
And Jeep and Dodge.
And Jeep and Dodge.
Yeah, they got that
So do
whole.
we have a choice what we're going to drive on?
Well, so we're really aiming for
Oh,
Jeeps just because we can decorate them a little bit better. But, you know, we're happy with what Freedom gives us.
All right. Okay. Ms. Gooden.
Thank you, Mayor. My vehicle, make sure it has enough room for 5 grandkids, a husband, and a daughter who would most likely attend.
Yes, ma'am.
Petting zoo.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that new? Have we had a petting zoo?
We had a petting zoo last year,
Okay.
but this one is a little bit bigger. It's going to have between 20 to 40 animals, ranging from rabbits to goats to some donkeys. So I'm excited. I love a petting zoo, just because I love animals.
No reindeer?
Unfortunately, all of the reindeer are not here. They're in the North Pole, so they will not be joining us today at our event.
Those baskets that we received last year.
Yes, ma'am.
With the cute jackets in it.
Please wear your jackets from last year.
If you can't fit it from last year, but different conversation. We'll have a side conversation.
Okay, we can have that.
Listen to us.
And to let everyone know, also the Arts Commission will have a table there set up for the kids' arts and crafts. So
yes,
thank you very much.
Of course.
And that same night is when we'll have cookies with Santa?
That's the next day, is
That's the
Cookies with
next day.
Santa.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Pennebaker.
Well, Ms. Hanley, thank you very
Hello.
much for your presentation. Well, I guess one question is, have y'all decided on who's driving who yet? Because I had a really good relationship with my driver last year, and we had a
You
lot
can
of
send in your
fun.
requests if
Okay.
you want to email them to me. If you have
I can
specific
do that.
requests, let me know.
I will do that. And then, are we getting balls or candy or snowballs this year?
You're going to have the stockings, chunk them out, but we'll have more stockings than what we did last year.
Perfect. And then, last question. You said there'll be no wristbands, but registration. So is registration just to get a...
It's just to kind of try to see if we can get a head count leading up to the event instead of just seeing who shows up. It's just kind of just so we can see how we're marketing and how it's going.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, no further questions. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's hurry this one up. Mr. Brassfield's ready to go home. Item 9B, quarterly report, Duncanville Fieldhouse.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Richard, Mayor, Council. I'm Craig Brassfield, General Manager at the Duncanville Fieldhouse, and I'm here tonight to deliver the final quarterly report for FY25. And I'm looking for my deal here. Okay, getting started with right off the bat, we're taking a look at the last quarter, July, August, and September. Those months showed a loss of $141,603, primarily from the month of August. This is a hard quarter for us every year. School starting back and summer ending. leading into the fall basketball season is not top of mind at that point, but we bounced back in September to get going for getting in preparation for 26. Reflecting on some things that happened in 2025 was our summer camp program. It's always a big hit. As you can see, there was 315 kids registered for the summer. Total attendance for the summer, over 5,000. The $8,000 that were generated in food is not part of the total revenue. That goes to the food and beverage category. But there it shows the numbers of how the monies were received. Plus 36,936 for the summer. And I also want to point out that summer camp's not the only thing going on during the summer. We have our full host of basketball events and events during the summer. We host 4 camps in conjunction with summer camps. So in camps on one side of the facility, there's 4 basketball camps through the summer, which leaves 6 weeks that we're working diligently to add more camps to those vacant weeks so we can maximize the facility in the summer months. The count of events through the summer, through July, August, September, 7 basketball tournaments, 6 camps, 4 leagues, and 2 MMA tournaments. And as you'll see in another slide, those numbers are significantly less than what we do in other quarters. Here are some of the events that happened, the bolded events being 2 GASO events, live events in the month of July that were our highlights for the month. Not to mention primetime nationals, 500 plus teams coming to the community for that tournament as well. August, tough month. Our biggest tournament that week, that month was our kickboxing event. Was a great event, just kind of was the only event for that month. Again, GASO shows up in September for their last event of the physical year with their high school event. Another big event during the month is the Boss Regional High School Fall Basketball Jamboree. That lasts 4 Tuesday nights through the month of September, and is a huge gathering of high school athletes to prepare for the coming basketball season. Now we get into through the quarter and then reflect on the entire year. As the year closed out, we showed an $81,866 revenue over expense for the year. As you can see, our 537 fund transfer, I think that's the last one. We'll see that no more. We're very proud of the 81,000 positive, and we feel like that would have been recognized more, but we were the beneficiary of the air conditioner system that was put in. There were some shortfalls. The field house budget stepped up and afforded the gap, and we spent an extra $40,000 in expenses that weren't budgeted. So if you look at it through those eyes, our actual number could be viewed at 120 as a positive for the year. Graph that kind of illustrates how the monies came in each month. As always, we're reaching our budgets in both categories. Here it highlights our contractual partners. These same individuals were here last year, and every one of them has signed up again for next year. So our weekday programs are flourishing and growing, and trying to add more. As always, never satisfied. This slide here illustrates the new things that are going on, as well as some old things. You'll see we've got 4 shoe brand tournaments coming up in 26. The Puma event right there, those 2 events just got added a couple, 3 weeks ago. Very proud to get another live event with a shoe brand sponsor involved. GASO, our number 1, has 10 events, with 3 of those events being live with college coaches catering. Texas High School Coaches Association was here tonight, and that's the biggest tournament of the year, bar none. We mentioned three-step. The Mullen Junior College Tournament is something that's being added, and I'm being told that that event will be on the same par as the high school. As you remember, that was a tournament that there was some biggest crowds we've ever had, parking with the TABC. If this year event was off the page, and I'm told that the Mullen National Junior College Tournament will rival the same as the high school event. And then our MMA tournaments, we're extremely proud of having 11 events and draw some of our biggest crowds. And I also want to mention that we added the girls' high school showcase this year, similar to what we do in boys. Now we've got the girls coming in. A countdown of events, you can see the numbers have increased in October, November, December with 10 basketball tournaments, a total of 18 basketball events, 3 tournaments for MMA, 1 volleyball event, and 3 community events. And those consist of Boo Bash. We've got an event this coming weekend. It's called Bring What You Got, hair, barber, and hairstylist competition. So kind of a different swing. Going to be a big crowd come in and show off their abilities to trim and cut hair. And then the last one we have is the Fixing His Plate community play. So that's a little bit different as well in December. So we're doing something a little different in the month of December. Here's the list of all the events. There again, the Gasso name shows up twice in this slide in October. That's the prelim to the for the high school, the junior college event that we're getting a piece of it this year, but it really doesn't come full swing until next year. November's highlight events, the Dash Barton Homeschool, and again, another kickboxing event. Our MMAs are always strong, but a full calendar for the month. December, we close it out with another grappling tournament and a youth basketball tournament, and get ready for the holidays, and then kick off January, all boots on the ground and getting ready for a big year. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Questions? Yeah, I know that year in, year out, you have that fall off in the August month area. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. And I did take note of the expenditures that came up having to do with air conditioning testing. Is that what it was?
Smoke testing and smoke watching, actually, when their smoke detectors weren't installed right in the first go-around.
That one snuck up on you then?
Yes, sir.
Just when you thought you were out of the air conditioning business.
We're kind of like Boy Scouts. We be prepared, though.
Yeah, that's right. You have a comment?
Well, it's working now, so.
I heard last night you guys got kind of chilly in there, I think Richard was telling me.
Questions? Everybody ready to let him go? Get out of here?
Well, I say this every time I come to this podium. I really appreciate the opportunity to manage this facility and work for this great city, and looking forward to many years to come. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all, that's takes care of all our business for the evening. Thank you all. Thank you all for sticking around with us. And we are going to adjourn this meeting at 10:26 p.m. Thank you, Richard.